Japan has 2.4 doctors per thousand people, while Tanzania has only 0.06. Yet some places have even worse access to medical care. What kind of doctor is needed in such a place? Amami Yuito apologizes to his friends for arriving late. Yamagishi assumes the outpatient clinic delayed him. Amami notes they have not drunk together since he became a resident. Yamagishi replies that Amami is always busy, then says he has news. Yamagishi announces that he and his wife are expecting a child, and Amami and Okusawa congratulate him. They decide to celebrate both the pregnancy and Amami's departure. His friends stare at him in surprise. Amami explains that he is being transferred. Tomorrow, he will leave for a clinic on the remote island of Seiwajima, which currently has no doctor. Okusawa asks what will happen to Amami's career at the university clinic. Before answering, Amami receives an emergency call and orders 4 units of MAR while returning to stop the bleeding. A patient with liver cirrhosis may have suffered a ruptured varicose vein, so Amami leaves immediately. Yamagishi admits that he was originally supposed to transfer, but Amami volunteered after learning about his situation. Okusawa says that is typical of Amami, who left without even touching his drink. If something happens to a patient, Amami will never forgive himself. He always prioritizes others. Back at the hospital, Amami begins endoscopic hemostasis. The results of another patient's genetic test arrive. After finding a mutation in the FEX gene, Amami diagnoses hypophosphatemic rickets. He tells the young patient and her mother that the treatment appears to be working. A nurse is surprised Amami is working another night shift. Without him, they would never have discovered the cause of the girl's repeated fractures. The girl thanks him by calling him uncle, and her mother corrects her. One nurse remarks that Amami wanted to remain at the university, but kind people rarely survive there. Amami reminds his final patients to keep taking their medicine. He understands that moving to a doctorless village may destroy his career. The patients thank him as he says goodbye. Amami hopes he can return someday. On the boat Azawa, the captain mocks the doctor for becoming seasick. Amami says the medicine has not worked, while the captain admits the sea is unusually rough. After reaching the island, Amami is greeted by a man speaking an unfamiliar dialect. Shivering in the rain, Amami announces that anyone who becomes sick should visit him immediately. The elder replies, but Amami cannot understand him. Amami apologizes and promises to learn the dialect before treating his first patients. Another man welcomes him and thanks him for coming. He explains that many villages across Was lack doctors, making the island fortunate despite its harsh weather. Japan still has around 600 doctorless villages, and even government appeals rarely solve the problem. The elder promises to visit after the storm. Amami says he hopes they will get along and repeats that sick residents should come to him. Exhausted in his assigned room, Amami decides to study the local dialect before sleeping. Outside, the storm continues to intensify. A carriage sways violently through the rain. A girl named Anda demands that it stop. The driver asks what is wrong, while another passenger complains about wasting time on her. He suggests killing Anda because she is damaged merchandise who can neither be sold nor released. The driver stops, approaches the chained girl, and tells her to blame her own weakness and bad luck. A massive roar suddenly sounds behind him. Seeing a chimera, the man immediately flees. Amami suddenly appears in a forest with his suitcases and looks around in confusion. He calls out to see whether anyone is nearby. Amami notices a bottle and a small tub with something moving beneath it. Finding a strange creature under the tub, he tests his sensitivity to confirm he is not hallucinating. Concluding that everything is real, Amami becomes curious about the slug-like creature's biology. He offers it an energy drink and realizes the area is nothing like Senwinjima. A bound girl with unusual ears suddenly appears, and Amami notices her abnormal breathing. Although he cannot understand her, he tries to examine her. The slime-like creature suddenly warns him to run. Amami sees a giant horned tiger and lifts the sick girl into his arms. He begins running at extraordinary speed. When the beast catches up, Amami shields the girl and considers his options. He gives her a medical flashlight, tells her to hide quietly in the bushes, and prepares to distract the monster. Amami walks toward it and calls it to attack him. The girl watches in horror as the beast charges. A huge explosion erupts at the point of impact. The slime caused the blast and frightened away the monster. Amami thanks it and discovers that its power now allows him to understand the girl. Amami asks whether the girl is okay, and notices a rash indicating an allergy. Her intermittent breathing, urticaria, and impaired consciousness suggest a severe reaction. Unable to feel her radial pulse, Amami realizes she is in shock. He diagnoses anaphylactic shock, a fatal allergic reaction that may result from food, medication, or insect bites. Amami also notices a small leg wound, but prioritizes treating the allergy. He takes an adrenaline auto-injector from his bag to temporarily relieve the anaphylaxis. After warning the girl that it will hurt, Amami injects her and notices others nearby. The strangers are beastmen from a nearby village. An elderly beastman identifies the girl as his granddaughter and demands to know what Amami is doing. Amami explains that he is treating her and asks to continue somewhere clean and safe. In a dry village room, the girl is placed on a wooden bed while Amami measures her pulse and oxygen saturation with a pulse oximeter. Her condition does not require intubation, but she still needs an IV and corticosteroids. The village headman believes his granddaughter's rash and breathing difficulty are a curse from the forest god. Watching Amami work, he concludes that the stranger must be a wizard. The girl's breathing returns to normal, and Amami says the worst has passed. She soon regains consciousness. Frightened by Amami, she tries to flee but trips over the IV. Amami examines the small wound on her leg and asks whether it still hurts. He offers to help her stand. Looking into his eyes, the girl asks him to take care of her. Meanwhile, an old English passage from the Lagnunga manuscript is recited in the palace. It speaks of an apple tree, poison, peace, and life. A priest extends his hands toward a crowned man and relieves his condition. The Lord thanks the priest for saving him from a monster, but the priest credits divine providence. He calls the result a reward for his faith. The priest claims the Lord's companion could also have survived with timely treatment. He blames the death on insufficient faith. Amami bandages the girl's leg and explains that anesthesia prevented pain and that her youth will help the wound heal. She thanks him for making her feel better. The girl asks whether he is truly a wizard. Amami jokes that a wizard would not need to trim her claws to check her pulse and could remove her collar with magic. He is only a general practitioner. She believes anesthesia is healing magic available only to humans. Amami explains that it is science, not magic, and that she could learn it through study. The girl sadly replies that a beastman slave could never master such knowledge. Amami insists she can and offers to teach her while they work together. He introduces himself as Yuito, and the girl says her name is Karon. The headman enters, and Amami reports that his granddaughter is recovering. The old man believes this means they can reclaim what they lost if the slave traders return. He asks how Amami took Karon from them, since stealing slaves is forbidden and she had been surrendered to protect the village. Only church ministers may use healing magic, so the village could face enormous compensation and would not be believed if they claimed ignorance. Karon defends Amami, while he asks whether they would truly abandon someone suffering before them. The headman declares that magic is more valuable than life, blames Amami for their danger, and orders him to leave. A terrifying roar suddenly announces the arrival of a giant beast. The villagers identify it as the forest god and believe they are doomed because it has never entered the village before. They accuse Amami of bringing disaster upon them. Amami stands before the monster with his arms spread, and Karon is shocked when it does not attack. He notices a foreign object lodged in its body and realizes the pain is driving it berserk. Amami approaches the villagers with a proposal. He offers them a deal. Instead of fleeing, he will resolve the crisis. In exchange, they must allow him to leave with the slave girl. The elder accepts, believing this will let them pay the compensation. Examining the wound, Amami decides an incision is necessary. He explains that he will remove the foreign object lodged inside the animal. Horrified that he intends to touch the forest god, the elder protests, but Amami calls treatment his duty and asks Karon to assist him. Amami remembers Article 19 of Japan's First Medical Practitioners Act, which forbids doctors from refusing treatment without justification. While preparing saline, he explains that he treats anyone who needs help, whether criminal, god, or otherwise. Declaring that this is his duty as a doctor, Amami begins cleaning the wound. The forest god growls in pain, and Amami asks Karon to restrain it a little longer. He injects lidocaine to numb the area. Amami also administers midazolam to sedate the animal. The medicine takes effect, and the forest god falls asleep. Lacking proper surgical tools, Amami prepares a straight razor despite the infection risk. He discovers that the spearhead is hooked inside the wound and cannot be pulled out directly. Amami disinfects the area with povidone iodine. He asks Corona to attach a blade from his bag to a handle with forceps and create a scalpel. She picks up the blade-changing forceps and notices how sharp the blade is. Following Amami's instructions, Corona secures the blade and hands him the scalpel. Amami tells her to clean the villagers' wounds and press clean cloth against them to stop the bleeding. He admits that after everything that happened, he has little right to ask Crown for help. The girl eagerly obeys while Amami begins removing the object from the forest god. The elder had always taught Corona that the village owed its survival to the forest god. Its claws, fangs, and curse protected them from enemies. Corona warns Amami that touching it will bring a curse upon him. Amami confirms that the spearhead is embedded like a fishhook. A fishhook can be pushed through and cut past the barb, but the spear's straight tip makes that method impossible. Removing it will require a deep incision. Amami carefully cuts along both sides until he reaches the protruding tip. Finding the creature's skin strength normal, he continues widening the incision to free the spearhead. Finally, he made the incision necessary to free the lateral protrusion and expressed the hope that there was nothing more foreign there. Then he moved on to the other side. The old man tried to see with anxiety and hope how the doctor would cope with the operation. He thought that if Amami failed to save their god, then they would have to kill the doctor. Even if the wizard saved him, he would still be killed by the curse. Then his granddaughter turned to him and told the old man that she would wash the wounds of the residents and then take care of him if he allowed it. Amami finished with the incision and thought about how he would still need stitches after the surgery. He had to hurry, and there wasn't even a table here. The doctor confidently took hold of the spear fragment and began to pull it out of the wound. He asked the beast not to move and wondered if this spear had really been thrust into God while he was sleeping. The doctor understood that he had to act more carefully. He saw that blood was pouring out of the wound. Meanwhile, the elder, responding to his granddaughter's proposal, told her to stop playing the wizard, and he refuses help because she is only a beastman's slave. Karon replied with dignity that she was indeed a slave because he had given her to the slave traders, but she never wanted to be a slave, and besides, she knew how hard it was to experience pain, so she wanted to help them. One of the villagers said that since this was the wizard's order, it was still better than just licking his wounds. His hand would not stop bleeding, and the elder was forced to agree. Just then, Amami managed to pull out the spear fragment from the animal's wound. However, an unpleasant discovery awaited him. The spear had damaged an artery, and the doctor grabbed gauze to stop the gushing blood. The doctor tried to stop the bleeding using gauze bandages. He understood that he needed to apply pressure to the bleeding site inside the wound, and he soon succeeded in doing so. Karon approached him and asked if the doctor was all right, and the elder told her not to interfere because he was so covered in blood that it was obviously a curse. The doctor had enough instruments, but it was already dark outside and nothing could be seen because of the clouds. Amami understood perfectly well that if the bleeding was not stopped immediately, things would get bad. The doctor turned to Corona and said that he needed light and her help. Karon was afraid to approach the forest god, but she remembered Amami's offer, who assured her that she could master medicine if she studied hard and even offered to work with her. She apologized to her grandfather and said that she would help the doctor. Soon the girl returned with a torch, and Amami thanked her for the fire and also informed her that he would need her help, but she should not worry because he was in control of the situation. Yuito told Corona that he needed a hemostatic clamp, that thing that comes in a special container. That's the tool she used to replace the scalpel blade. It has a sharp curved end. The girl unmistakably found the right instrument and handed it to the doctor. A hemostatic forceps is a surgical instrument used to remove, manipulate, and grasp tissue, and in this case, the hemostatic forceps used were known as payan forceps. The doctor asked the girl to take a wand from the container lying on the right, and Koron recognized it as the magical device that Amami used in the forest. Then Yuito asked the girl to shine this device inside the wound. The doctor saw that arterial bleeding continued. As soon as he released the gauze, he immediately used forceps, with the help of which Yuito stopped the bleeding and was now able to calmly continue the operation. The doctor was covered in blood and knew it wasn't very hygienic, but he couldn't just stop the procedure. He told Corona that a doctor should not abandon patients, so they should continue. The doctor sewed up the artery with a stitch. This is the thickness of the thread, designated by a number from 10 to 1. The thickest is 10. The thinnest is 1, the larger the numerator of the fraction, the thinner the material. If the sutures are not expected to be removed, a type of suture that can be dissolved by the body's natural chemical processes can be used, but if it is necessary for the suture to remain on the wound for a long time until complete healing, thick, non-absorbable sutures are used. Having completed this procedure, Amami said that the bleeding should now stop, but if the thread came undone, it would start again. The doctor tied the knot and took a deep breath. Now the clamp could be removed. Now it was necessary to excise the infected skin, although there was a risk of causing a closed injury, and then it was necessary to install a pinrose tube and apply stitches. The doctor asked Koron to help him and stay with him a little longer. The girl happily agreed. Amami stitched the wound and inserted a pinrose tube, a sterile rubber tube used to drain fluids such as blood or pus that may collect in the wound area, and stated that he would like to observe the animal for a while, but that this was not possible as he could no longer remain in the village. It was already morning, and the girl said that he had done a great job, and the young man praised Koron and the forest god for behaving well during the operation. The operation was now complete, and the removal of the foreign body was successful. Amami was busy washing his clothes in the stream, and Koron suggested that he take a rest and that she could handle the washing herself. But the doctor replied that he should immediately wash off the blood that had stuck to his body. Besides, he is very afraid of viruses, and since the operation is over, it is time for him to hit the road. Unexpectedly, Amami approached the girl and examined her eyes. He told her that her eyes needed to be washed too, because getting blood in them could lead to infection, and even if the water stung, she needed to endure it. The doctor explained that during surgery, the patient's blood may come into contact with the mucous membrane of the doctor's eyes, which could lead to infection, for example, with the hepatitis C virus. Therefore, during surgery, the doctor is advised to wear protective glasses to minimize the risk of infection. The girl pointed out the place where the bathtub used to be, since they are only found in the homes of people of noble origin. Then Koron rushed towards the boy and tried to wipe away the blood that had gotten on his face, but Yuito started to run. Soon he was sitting opposite an elder who asked him if he wanted to go on a journey with Koron. Amami confirmed these words and said that he understood the situation, that there was a possibility that those people would return here in search of the crown. The elder nodded and said that her mother had died immediately after giving birth and her father had died from wounds received while hunting, but this was common for them, and the doctor concluded that they risked their lives during childbirth and obtaining food. The old man agreed with this conclusion and added that everything would be different if magic healers came here. From the very beginning, this village lacked youth and the forest god was wounded. Now they are defenseless. It is only a matter of time before people attack them. Fate itself wants this girl to go to the outside world. The elder looked at his granddaughter and said that he did everything he could for this village and he was very sorry. Amami stated that no one deserves to be abandoned. There will always be someone to help them. But they don't have to rely on their own strength alone. Koron turned to her grandfather and assured him that one day she would return to them. She will help the wizard because he saved not only her, but also the forest god and also helped the villagers. And then, when she has mastered this science properly, she will definitely return to heal the sick and wounded. Amami also told the old man that he would like to return here with more medicine, but he had no idea where he could find it. The elder sighed and said that if they went to the land of people, they could find what they needed there, but Amami was not sure that the people in that world were the same as in his, and that they would accept him there as one of their own. A place where Koron would be safe would be more suitable for them. Where all races coexist peacefully with each other, does he know of such a place? In the land of the elves, in the palace of the Hollow of the World Tree, important events took place. The dignitaries met two wizards sent by their people. The queen told the princess that they would diligently perform their duties as healers. Princess Yuno said that although they could use magic, healing spells were only available to members of the human race. She asked Queen Melina to take care of them and she promised to fulfill her wish. Besides, they share their religious beliefs. The princess was surprised to ask what other religious beliefs they had, which unilaterally set high prices for access to healing magic, and ultimately it was nothing more than a political tool. However, there are too many injuries and illnesses in this world that can only be healed by magic, if only they could heal themselves. At this time, Amami and Koron were saying goodbye to the villagers, who asked the doctor for forgiveness for causing him a lot of trouble, but Yuito said that it was already in the past. Finally, he asked the elder not to forget to do as he ordered and thoroughly wash the wounds after the hunt. The old man nodded gratefully and said that if they followed the path he had shown them, they would find themselves in the domain of the Western demons. They would not meet any people there, but there were many other races there that got along well with each other. Then he turned to his granddaughter and told her to call Yuita her master when they went outside the village, because it was a necessary precaution since they were traveling as both a human and a beastman. The young people set off on their journey, and the villagers accompanied them right to the gates. Amami expressed regret that he wanted to check on the forest god, but he hadn't been seen since yesterday. He couldn't stay and watch him, but it would be unpleasant if he developed a dead space that would start to fester, because depending on the stitching, an empty space could form in the wound area that could fill with leaking pus, which would hinder healing and recovery, and it was at that moment that a huge beast appeared in front of them. The doctor rushed to his patient and asked if he had really been waiting for him on purpose. Amami examined the wound and found that it had almost healed, and even the fur was growing back very quickly. It was quite an interesting case, one he could write an article about if he could. He told the forest god that he wanted to watch over him until he was fully recovered, but now they had to leave this place and he should try not to get any more injuries and take care of himself. When the travelers wanted to continue their journey, Amami realized that the forest god wanted to go with them. The doctor stroked the animal and said that they could not help but take it with them because it was considered a local deity. In any case, he doesn't want to be attacked again, and he doesn't mind traveling together and feeling the slime on his head grumble in displeasure. He apologized and said that of course, he meant her too. Amami joyfully exclaimed that then they would all go together, and at least he would not be lonely in this completely unfamiliar world. Colonelson asked Mr. Eccles what he wanted to talk to him about. The man replied that he wanted to warn him quickly. The people who live in the caves of these trees have wisdom accumulated over many years of life, and they must remember that if they notice an attempt to steal a spell, they must immediately stop the treatment. They, the people, thanks to the healing magic given only to them, received everything prosperity for the people, universal respect and security of borders. Colonelson asked what would happen if the secret of their magic became known to other countries, and Axel replied that in that case their kingdom would disappear from the maps in the blink of an eye. The weak are oppressed, such is the law of nature. In the past, weak people feared half-humans, feared demons, and fled in terror from dragons, but God took pity on them, sharing one of his own miracles, healing magic. Soon, an epidemic, a scourge for all living things, swept the entire world, and the possession of healing magic allowed humans to become the most numerous race on Earth. At some point, man thought that he possessed the magic of healing and that this made them, people, representatives of God, rulers of this earth. God regretted what had happened because his gift had made people not only stronger but also more arrogant, and at the same time, he did not want to share his miracles with the oppressed as he once did with people. But he couldn't help but notice the weakening, fading lives, so he decided to give them something else. The power of knowledge accessible to every rational being that does not violate the laws of nature. At this time, a small detachment of travelers confidently moved along the road through the forest. The travelers were led by a general practitioner, Amami Yuita, and this was a story of how the power of medicine brought light to this world. Mage Saya asked Mr. Colonelson if he was sure about this. The magician replied that she had seen everything herself, neither magic nor the leaves had had any effect, and there was nothing that could be done. They arrived in the land of the elves to provide assistance, but ended up abandoning everything and running away. Saya said thoughtfully that this would lead to a war with them, and even if they returned to their homeland, they would be accused of inciting the conflict. Colonelson asked the girl if she was really suggesting that she go to them and confess her own powerlessness. If she didn't want them killed right now, she should stop complaining and get out of here as soon as possible. And at that moment, Coron was thinking that she had finally set off on a journey to master the charming art of medicine. A breathless princess ran into Queen Melina's chambers and exclaimed that something terrible had happened. Yuno reported with alarm in her voice that the healers had escaped. The princess feared that they, the dragons, would soon find out about this, and Melina promised to report to them personally. The queen came to the dragons and reported this incident. They had already decided that she was not going to explain this matter to them, and Melina realized that the horned ones already knew about everything. They asked the queen and princess how they were going to settle this now. In the forest at this time, Amami examined the wound of the forest god and concluded that everything had healed well, apologized to the beast for having to shave the fur, but it would grow back quickly. Coron admitted that she still didn't understand anything, and Amami explained that the speed with which the forest god was recovering was simply amazing. This needed to be noted in his medical history, and looking at the girl's puzzled face, the doctor explained that these were records of how the disease had been cured, or how it should have been treated so that others could read them. At this time, the snake accompanying the forest god, with one movement removed the collar from the girl, as if apologizing to her for having once wounded her leg. Koron thanked the forest god and hugged the snake, and Ainbeb, the slime, pinched Amami on the cheek, and the doctor asked him what he wanted this time. A pack of animals was chasing a lonely girl. A pack of black wolves appeared at the most inopportune moment and posed a serious threat to the fugitive's life. They had already attacked the girl several times, but now the forest god dispersed this flock, making a terrifying leap in their direction. The animals ran away, but they inflicted wounds on the girl that bled, losing consciousness. She could hardly distinguish between the forest god, the beastman, and the man. Amami barely managed to pick up the girl in his arms, and Koron anxiously asked what they would do, to which the doctor replied that they would, of course, treat the victim, but first they needed to put her in a horizontal position. Amami found the most serious injury on the girl's body, which was on her head. Then I washed it with saline solution and sterile gauze. He said there was some bleeding and perhaps xylocaine with epinephrine would be worth using. A combination of epinephrine, which has a vasoconstrictor effect, with the local anesthetic xylocaine is used to stop bleeding. The doctor then used a syringe to inject infiltration anesthesia directly into the wound. He did it directly under the skin. Koron watched Yuito's actions carefully and listened to his explanations. After this, the doctor applied a sterile bandage to the wound on the head. He stated that the bleeding had stopped. Then he took out a skin stapler, which is used to stitch superficial wounds. It does not compress the surface of the skin at the site of stitching, unlike suture materials, and does not block blood circulation in the deep layers of the dermis, ensuring constant microcirculation in the wound. A stapler saves a lot of time, but its use is prohibited if there are bones, nerves, blood vessels, or internal organs within 5 millimeters of the skin. Koron exclaimed with admiration that the stapler was a very cool tool. It closed the entire wound very quickly, and the doctor explained that the wound was, after all, clean and shallow. Amami decided that this was all the help he could get, but their supply of medicine was running low and they had to come up with something. Soon the girl woke up and 4 pairs of curious eyes were staring at her. Koron warned the girl not to dare touch the wound with her hands, and Amami added that he had treated it, but it would not heal so quickly. The girl said in surprise that she was no longer bleeding, and the doctor explained that he had stitched up the wound, and although there would be a scar, it could be covered with hair. The girl realized that this man understood wounds and asked him if he was also a magic healer. Instead, Amami responded to Corona, who stated that she was mistaken, that there was just a person in front of her. Her master was the most outstanding magician healer among all people, to which Amami objected and said that they had not yet met other magicians to say such a thing. However, he will do everything in his power to help those who need it. The girl exclaimed that she needed to ask the church for help, because the forest god himself had led them to her. The girl turned to Amami with a pleading voice and asked him to save them. She understood how rude her request might seem to him, but her country needed a healer at all costs, and Amami calmly said that he was ready to help them, but he needed to know where to go. The girl looked at the young man with gratitude and tears in her eyes. Then the elf said that he should go to her country, and she wanted him to help those sick with hemoptysis. The patients experience pain in their stomachs, cough up blood, and this is a very terrible disease. Several people in their village have already died because of it. In addition, the patients have black excrement and they are getting weaker every day. Yuito realized that the problem with these patients lay in the upper gastrointestinal tract, and it would be good if they could be cured with the remaining medications. The gastrointestinal tract consists of the mouth, esophagus, stomach, small intestine, duodenum, and ileum, large intestine, and anus. The upper gastrointestinal tract includes the esophagus, stomach, and duodenum. Amami decided to go to the patients immediately and offered to fly them to the forest god. The beast didn't mind, and having put all those interested on his back, he flew into the sky. The queen turned to the lord and asked him if the princess would really be able to return the fugitives, and the lord confirmed her words, saying that she would break her neck to do it. Otherwise, they will kill everyone, including the mother of this country. The doctor who arrived on the island in Amami's place was his classmate Okuzawa, and when he began his treatment, he was quite harsh. He recommended that one of his patients not go out to sea because simply lying in bed and drinking alcohol would not cure him. The patient soon realized that it was better not to anger Dr. Okuzawa, and rain was gathering again over the island. Okuzawa wondered anxiously where Amami had gone. At this time, Yuno brought her new acquaintances to the castle of the Elven Kingdom and stated that the sick person with vomiting was here. Then she apologized and admitted that she had not told them this at once, deciding that in that case they would not have deigned to come here. However, she had acted unfairly, considering the kindness they had shown. Listening to this, Koron asked the owner, what was this girl talking about? Suddenly everyone saw that some people came out of the castle and were heading towards them. Yuno managed to warn her new acquaintances to be careful. The princess turned to Master Alec and informed him that she had brought the wizard back as they had agreed, and therefore she was asking for her mother to be released. Alec called her a fool and was outraged that she also brought a chimera to take their souls, and Koron indignantly exclaimed that the forest god had brought them here and that was all, but this horned guy did not believe her at all. He exclaimed that they had violated the terms of the agreement. It can be said that they risked their lives for them. If they do not intend to fulfill their part of the deal, then they have no choice but to put an end to their existence. Yuno replied that it was true that their country had become safer thanks to their strength, but it was they who had broken the treaty. They allowed them to live here in exchange for services, and the World Tree Kingdom did everything in its power, but they took her mother hostage, causing her much suffering. Don't they understand how she feels at this time and what the hell is safety? They have no right to demand that they comply with the agreement. Alec shook his head indignantly. He asked if she wasn't ashamed to speak as if she understood everything. What kind of life it is when you're sick and can't get better? They are subject to price discrimination, and it is the people's fault. It must give them a great deal of pleasure to watch them give up their last to pay for the services of their doctors. He was willing to bet that they didn't care a damn what happened to them. They have nothing left but pain and death. He will never forgive them, but will repay them in the same coin. He will let them all taste pain and death, and will take nothing from them for it. After that, Alec used fire magic. The people could not understand what was happening, and the Horned One exclaimed that he would burn them to the ground. Amidst the fire and smoke, a huge figure of a dragon appeared. He opened his fiery mouth and, turning to Amami, said that he should try to be cured. All of Alec's dragon firepower was directed at the people. The hot air rushed into their lungs, and when it seemed that they would all burn up, an incredibly powerful stream of water poured down on them from above. Amami looked at the forest god with gratitude and said that he had saved him again. Meanwhile, the beast rushed at the dragon, and Alec shouted that he did not dare underestimate him. Why was he even protecting this man? The fight with the dragon was not yet over, and Dr. Amami raised his hand and asked where the patient with the bloody company was. He would like to examine him as soon as possible. Amami explained that he provided assistance to all patients, no matter who they were, to which the dragon replied that this was a lie. It was the dragon queen Lindworm, nicknamed the Dragon of Madness. Lindworm asked Alec why he was trying to kill the one who came to treat her. Didn't he understand who he was up against? Alec replied that the chimera couldn't handle him, and Lindworm noted that it seemed like she had made a good decision to come here. The queen walked up to Amami and looked closely at his face. She playfully pulled Ainbeb's nose, who was sitting on the doctor's shoulder, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lindworm apologized, taking the blame. She ordered the immediate release of Queen Melina and apologized again for her children. Suddenly she started coughing, and Amami noticed blood on her lips. He realized that the Dragon Queen was his patient. Amami immediately ordered Princess Yuna to move the sick woman to a quiet place and ordered Corona to bring his bag. Alec asked threateningly what he was going to do and ordered not to touch his mother. Ignoring the dragon's threats, the doctor ordered that his orders be carried out more quickly. The patient was carried into the bedroom and laid on the bed, where Amami examined her and noticed a pale conjunctival ring on the eyelid, which indicated anemia of the mucous membrane. The doctor did not know if this could be interpreted in this way and suspected anemia. Depending on the degree, she might need a blood transfusion. The patient's body was short of blood, and the doctor explained that someone else would have to share their blood with her. Melina stated that she had once heard that blood transfusions were practiced. However, patients often died in agony, so this method is now banned. Amami explained that this is due to blood incompatibility or a problem with sanitary conditions, although the possibility of infection cannot be noted. After all, human blood is divided into groups according to the ABO system and the RH factor system, and when blood of different types is transfused, the red blood cell membrane is destroyed. and a number of unfavorable symptoms arise, which lead after the transfusion to fever and chills, accompanied by shortness of breath, abdominal pain, nausea, decreased blood pressure, and in severe cases, death is possible. Yuno, holding a leaf in her palm, said that if only the leaves of the world tree had worked, they would not have found themselves in such a dire situation. After all, the leaves of the world tree have magical properties to lower temperature and relieve pain, and it was because of them that their kingdom was founded here. Amami asked the girl how they use it, and the princess replied that they drink a decoction from these leaves, and the doctor suggested tearing off the bark from the tree and boiling it. Yuno replied that they don't use bark, and Amami thought it was something like quinine or aspirin. Amami rummaged through his bag and pulled out a pharmacy pack of aspirin tablets, explaining to those around him that it reduced fever and pain, and Yuno realized that this medicine had similar properties to the leaves. The doctor explained that aspirin has effects that are undesirable in this syndrome because it thins the blood and causes stomach upset. In ancient times, the physician Hippocrates used the antipyretic and analgesic properties of acetylsalicylic acid, found in willow bark, and this acid had side effects. It was only in 1897 that Dr. Felix Hoffmann succeeded in synthesizing this acid, which was much better tolerated, although it was not possible to completely eliminate the side effects. The princess realized that the blood-thinning and stomach-upsetting properties could have the opposite effect when used for treatment. Amami agreed with Yuno's conclusions and said that perhaps these leaves had helped them before, but now it was better to stop taking this decoction, considering that it could have the opposite effect. However, Amami had no proof that the leaves actually had the same effect, and it was impossible to say that they did without checking, and Alec exclaimed, "What should they do then?" Amami, after thinking for a moment, said that given the dark stool and bloody vomit, the cause of the bleeding was most likely in the upper gastrointestinal tract, and ideally an endoscope was needed. Seeing the puzzled expressions of those present, the doctor explained that an endoscope is a device that allows one to look inside the body, and if one knows how to use it, one can not only detect the site of bleeding, but also prevent it. Lindrum opened her eyes and turned to Amami, asking, apparently he is the deity of Merbido. Uito didn't understand what the Dragon Queen was talking about, and she turned to Alec and told her son that it seemed her days were numbered. She had not prepared a speech for this occasion, but since nothing could be done, she would accept the fate that had been prepared for her, and she also asked for forgiveness from all the inhabitants of the Elven Kingdom. The Dragon Queen's eyes closed and a tear rolled down her cheek, and Karon asked the doctor in despair, was there really nothing that could be done? Amami knew that he had very little vonoproresin left, and it was unlikely to be enough for treatment, and he also could not perform a laparotomy blindly, not to mention the lack of instruments. Then the doctor glanced at the huge figure of the forest animal, and it dawned on him. He turned to Alec and Yuno, exclaiming that he seemed to know how to save her, and although the patient had already given up, Amami Uito was not giving up. Alec, in great excitement, asked the man if he had found a way to save his mother, and Amami replied that he needed to check something first, specifically the wound on his arm. After all, he just received her in the form of a dragon, and this woman is his mother, and perhaps his plan can work. Alec couldn't understand anything and asked Amami to explain everything, to which the doctor said that seeing his wound manifested in human form, he understood how to help his mother. If it is a large dragon, it will be able to perform treatment even without an endoscope. He will make his way into the patient's upper gastrointestinal tract to stop the bleeding, and he will enter her body after she takes the form of a dragon. However, to use this method of treatment, he will need a few things, and he is counting on the help of everyone present here. Alec shook his head and declared to his mother that people couldn't be trusted. This despicable man decided that he could do whatever he wanted inside his mother, but this could not be allowed. Amami seriously told Alec that if his words about treating her did not inspire confidence, then they could do this. He would closely monitor his actions, and if he decided that the doctor had deceived him, then he could do whatever he wanted with him. Alec said that these were very bold words and asked if he was afraid. Amami replied that he was afraid that the patient might die due to his inaction. After that, everyone went up the long staircase to the observation deck. This observation deck in the form of a huge circle made a strong impression on Amami. They needed a site of exactly this size. They prepared a special rope that the doctor wanted to use. Then the doctor asked Alec for a bigger blade, and the dragon asked Amami to take a closer look. He performed some magical actions with his horn, letting his blood flow from his palm. A A katana in an expensive sheath appeared in front of Amami. Alec stated that the blade was made from his blood with added magical power and that he could use it. The doctor respectfully took the weapon in his hands and thanked the dragon. Yuito offered to treat Alec's injured hand, but he refused. The doctor asked Queen Melina what magical power was, and she replied that it was the converted power of mana in the atmosphere. Magical power could not be described in general terms, since its use differs depending on the wizard and his race. It seems that he pours magical energy into the resin that he constantly chews. Amami examined the katana, which turned out to be very sharp, and thought that even if he asked them to tell him more about the mysterious power, they would probably tell him things that were beyond his imagination, and now he had no other choice. The doctor waved his weapon and saw the blade glow with a bright flame, and the princess explained that Alec was a fire dragon and seemed to have the power of fire sealed within him. But would a regular blade be more useful to him now? The doctor put the blade back into its sheath and said that perhaps this sword would be better than the usual one, and that now he was completely ready for action. Princess Yuno and Queen Melina nodded in unison. A monstrous explosion shook the air. From the observation deck, Amami saw the enormous dragon that Lindworm had transformed into, her head just at the level of the deck. The Dragon Queen's eyes looked warily and hopefully. Amami saw this incredible life form and was surprised that it was even bigger than he imagined. Karon turned to the owner, who was ready to begin executing his plan. She held the rope in her hands and said that he should let her help with at least this. Amami turned to Lindworm and asked her to lie down on her left side, and the Dragon Queen obediently complied with his request. At the same time, some of the liquid with blood poured out of the dragon's mouth. It was so hot that even the rocks melted. Amami realized that he was lucky because he thought that getting in through the mouth was easy, but if he had fallen into the gag reflex, it would have been the end for him. The gag reflex is triggered by the back of the throat, contracting the muscles and causing vomiting. It can be easily induced by pressing 2 fingers on the root of the tongue. This is one of the main causes of patient discomfort during endoscopy. Alec was surprised at the doctor's composure, considering how hot that thing could be, even he couldn't do anything about it. Amami replied that he was not ready to give up and asked the dragon if there was anything else he should know about them. Alec replied that he was annoying, but he did it for his mother. The dragon said that there were 2 things the doctor needed to know. Firstly, dragons have a glowing stone in their throats. If he touches it, he will definitely die. Secondly, their stomachs can digest anything, and he must be careful of gastric juice because for him it is instant death. Here, Amami noticed that Karon was already ready to tie the rope and told her to tie it near the nose, because he was going to enter through the nose. Nasal endoscopy, because the endoscope does not pass through the throat and does not touch the base of the tongue, cannot cause a gag reflex. The end of the rope was securely fastened, and the other one was taken into Amami's hands. Everything was ready. Yuito announced that they would now begin to stop the bleeding in the upper gastrointestinal tract. It was humid and hot inside. Amami noticed that his slime Ainbeb had followed him and told him that it was very dangerous here and he should go back, but seeing his expression, he knew there was nothing he could do, resigning himself to the fact that they would go together. The doctor noticed that there was a light ahead, and apparently it was the glowing stone that Alec told him about. Amami understood that even touching it was dangerous, and he had to try not to touch the wall of the throat. There is only one way out, to slip into the esophagus as quickly as possible. Amami moved forward cautiously. Suddenly, he felt a sharp evaporation. The doctor gripped the rope tighter and thought that the same would happen on the way back. Amami turned on his medical flashlight and continued moving forward, hoping that the battery would not run out before the end of his mission. He noticed quite a few scars from the ulcers, and they looked like takoyaki ulcers. Maybe Lindworm swallowed something while in dragon form. Amami approached the stomach and saw that the cardia of the stomach was inflamed, indicating gastroesophageal reflux. However, gastroesophageal reflux cannot cause vomiting of blood. Amami knew that the Los Angeles classification was used for reflux esophagitis. Suddenly, the doctor heard some sound coming from the dragon's mouth. It was peristaltic movement, an involuntary movement produced by the esophagus and other organs to push food into the stomach and other parts of the gastrointestinal tract. Amami immediately remembered Alec's words about how their stomachs could instantly digest anything, and he had to be careful of his gastric juice, because for him, it meant instant death. Alec, who was near the rope outside, noticed that something had happened to him. He pulled the rope and asked if the man was okay. Just at that moment, Amami was trying to catch the end of the rope that he had lost. Ainbeb's slime came to his aid. He managed to pass the end of the rope to the distressed Amami Yuito. The doctor saw the approaching mass of gastric juice and thought that he couldn't get into it. He urgently needed to get to the wall. His foot slipped and Amami fell. The situation was taking a serious turn. The aggressive environment of the gastric juice was already approaching him. It was very dangerous, and if he had been wearing different clothes and his movements had been restricted, he would already be dead. With the help of the mucus, the doctor managed to reach the wall, and he asked Ainbeb if everything was okay with him, but in any case, they were saved thanks to him. He thanked his friend and admitted that he himself had failed this time. Besides, he felt uncomfortable calling him informally, and then Amami remembered that Lindworm called him ancient, and ancient in English is elder, so he would simply call him El. He laughed at his own idea and saw that the slime liked it too. Amami decided to move on, and Alec at the top, noticing that the rope had twitched, wondered how much longer he would have to wait here and worry. During gastrointestinal endoscopy, air is injected into the gastrointestinal tract to facilitate passage of the endoscope. However, the disadvantages of this technique include abdominal pain, bloating, and in some cases, arterial hypertension and bradycardia. Recently, insufflation has been performed using carbon dioxide, which is absorbed tens of times better than air, and this significantly reduces patient discomfort during the procedure. Amami was near the stomach and wondered, I wonder what condition it was in. Suddenly, he noticed a line of blood that was flowing down to his feet. Although it wasn't gastric juice, Amami decided it was better not to step on it so as not to slip. The doctor carefully moved towards the stream of blood flowing from. He saw a lot of blood, and it was relatively fresh. Then he saw something that looked like a mushroom. It was a pathological formation of the fourth type of Yamada. But with such an uneven surface structure, it was most likely a malignant neoplasm. At this time, the escaped magicians were moving deeper into the forest, and Kernelson said that the elves live in a very strange place and there are practically no roads here. And the girl Saya replied that this is precisely why they can move unnoticed. But the magician insisted that it was all their fault, so they had to poke around in the bushes. The sweet mage asked why, interestingly, neither the purification magic, nor the regeneration magic, nor even the leaves of the world tree worked. The man replied that it didn't matter anymore, but he had to tell her something. In the treatment of vomiting blood in this case, there was one deviation from the very beginning, because of which nothing had an effect. That monster was that very deviation. That is the whole point. The girl objected and said that they had talked about how Eccles had healed patients who were vomiting blood before. Then Alex said that there was no point in looking up to this man because Eccles was an anomaly, a deviation that could not be cured in the usual way. The magician girl thought that if he could cope with this disease, then they must have some way too. Then she looked ahead and informed Mr. Kernelson that there was a pack of black wolves ahead of them. Amami noticed that this formation was quite huge. He didn't know if it was possible to draw parallels with people. Vomiting blood leading to anemia is obviously a symptom of a tumor of this size. Fortunately, the stalk appears normal and only a resection is necessary. Typically, clamps or diathermetic loops are used to grasp the stalk of the tumor and compress the blood flow, and then cauterization is performed with a loop or electrocautery to stop the bleeding and remove the polyp. But now he does not have any of these instruments, especially one of this size. The rope can be used as a ligature. Fortunately, it is strong enough, but still the main constricting force remains the rope itself. If it fails to stop the blood flow, it will be a real disaster. Also, unlike an electrocoagulator, a katana cannot cut and cauterize at the same time. He took it with him, deciding that he would need a large scalpel in case the bleeding was caused by some foreign body. If it were just a stomach ulcer, the flame of this katana might be enough to coagulate and stop the bleeding, but would he be able to safely remove the tumor with it? It would be a shame if he couldn't stop the bleeding completely, if only he had an electrosurgical unit that burns the blood vessels on the surface of the tissue and prevents bleeding. Amami thought that the Lindvorn might not be able to withstand this, given its anemia. If its stomach became overflowing with blood, then it wouldn't be able to get out of here alive. However, if this is not done now, the Lindvorn will eventually end up in critical condition, and he doesn't know if he will find any suitable tools if he gets out of here, and he is not sure that he will be able to get here again. Something had to be done right now. Amami tied the foreign formation with a rope. He tied the vessels with a square knot, and in any case, he had to apply maximum force to tighten it without breaking it. After all, surgical ligation refers to the method of tying and fixing a body part, including blood vessels, with a thread. One of the most commonly used surgical knots is the square knot, in which the first and second ligatures are tied in opposite directions. It is used to stop bleeding, since it is relatively difficult to untie. The doctor tried his best to tighten the rope, but blood was still coming out, which meant the blood flow was not blocked. Amami redoubled his efforts and noticed that the color had changed from red to purple. There was still a little left. Here the doctor's hand slipped, but Ainbeb managed to help his friend. Amami was surprised to realize that the slime could control the stump and thanked El for his help. Finally, the bleeding was stopped and the knot was tied. It seemed that the blood flow had been successfully blocked. Amami understood that of course this blade could not serve as a complete replacement for the electroscopel, but still, if there was fire, it would also be useful, and the doctor began to carefully and slowly work with the katana. Outside, holding the rope, Alec worriedly wondered why the man was taking so long, but Karon reassured him, saying that her master would certainly save his mother. The dragon asked the girl on what basis she was making such a statement. If this man screwed up, then she would be in trouble too. Karon replied with a smile that she had every reason to say so, because her master was a great man who had saved her. Alec asked if she also had the disease of vomiting blood and, hearing a negative answer, said that then he had nothing to believe her. Melina noticed that this man also helped a complete stranger, She wished Alec's mother to overcome this illness, because their friendship had long known no bounds. Melina added that she understands why Alec is nervous, but for now they can only hope and wait, as his mother is currently battling the disease. Lindworm's eyes, meanwhile, were expressionless, and no one could say with certainty that the operation had been successful. Finally, Amami managed to cut out the malignant tumor. The doctor straightened up, deciding how to proceed. Suddenly he saw that arterial bleeding had begun. Here everything was covered in blood, and below, gastric juice was boiling. The bleeding was visible even from the outside, and those on the observation deck ran away. Control over the rope was lost, and Alec looked at his mother with alarm. Karon exclaimed in horror that now her master would not be able to return, and Alec, having examined the area, declared that the stones were almost not corroded, and for the most part it was blood, and besides, it cools quickly. Lindworm's body temperature was dropping, and if nothing was done, she would surely die. Dragon Alec exclaimed that he no longer intended to silently watch the actions of the man. He straightened up to his full, enormous dragon height and cast magic. Asked him to stop, because this was not what his mother would have wanted. Melina explained that the source of dragons' life energy is mana, which they absorb from the surrounding space through the scales at the base of their necks, and when weakened, dragons lose the ability to absorb mana on their own. If she could transfer mana, like fire dragons, she would do the same as Alec did, but there is danger in this. By saturating others, he stops absorbing mana himself, and having exhausted his supply, he can die, as well as with profuse blood loss. Those present at the observation deck asked Alec to stop because they could not lose him too. The dragon replied weakly that he could not do anything alone and that his mother was dying before his eyes, and he was powerless to help her. But he can't stop now. Alec turned to Yuito and said that he had no choice but to trust him. If he died, then he too had given his life in vain. He asked the doctor to help him. Amami, meanwhile, did not give up hope of overcoming the crisis. He observed arterial bleeding and was nearly destroyed by gastric juice. He was saved again by Al, and the doctor remained unharmed even after being immersed in this gastric juice. He looked at the slime that had coated his hand and thought that the protection wouldn't last long and that he needed to hurry. But the problem was complicated by the fact that the rope was no longer there. It had been carried away somewhere. But it was now much more important for Amami to check the stalk of the polyp. He believed that he was saved by the fact that the concentration of gastric juice had decreased due to the blood getting into it, but if it hadn't been for the bleeding, he simply wouldn't have been thrown back. The doctor noticed that the bleeding had slowed down a little due to the fact that the blood pressure had dropped. It seemed that Lindworm was entering a state of shock. Shock is a life-threatening condition in which blood pressure drops significantly, preventing adequate blood flow to vital organs and tissues throughout the body. But if the bleeding was to be stopped, it had to be done now, while the flow was weakened. Amami found the katana and decided to continue the treatment further. He needed to get to the bleeding site without piercing it all the way through. He managed to do this now that his blood pressure had dropped and his strength had increased, allowing him to withstand being thrown back again. From the outside, it was clear how much pain Lindworm was in. She was convulsing, and Alec was beside himself with grief. In desperation, he turned to the man again and asked him to help his mother. Everyone decided that this was the end, and the master's mana was already running out. Mechanical hemostasis and thermocoagulation are the most commonly used methods of endoscopic treatment of gastric bleeding. In this case, Amami used rope ligation and a fire sword, but caution must be exercised with this method, as prolonged and deep thermocoagulation can lead to the formation of a through hole in the stomach wall. The doctor saw that the bleeding had stopped, and at this stage the treatment was over. El approached Amami and jumped into his bag because he was very tired and needed rest. Amami picked up a flashlight and noticed that his stomach was completely covered in blood, and some of the blood had evaporated from contact with the fire blade, which is why everything here was covered in smoke. He wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. But the rope was nowhere to be seen, and the young man did not know what to do. Still, he went forward without a rope. He remembered how a classmate asked him if he was ever at home and if he slept. He asked Amami why he was trying so hard, without sparing himself at all. At this moment, a huge lump of Amami's cut flesh burst out of Lindworm's mouth, frightening everyone present. Everything around was enveloped in white steam, and no one could understand what had happened. Everyone looked at the Dragon Queen with fear and hope. Alec called out to his mother in despair, and the queen and princess looked at him with compassion. Coron said with sadness in her voice that her master never returned. Suddenly, Amami's head appeared from Lindworm's mouth, and he, turning to Corona, announced that he had returned after all. Corona's joy knew no bounds, and everyone rushed to the wizard, and Alec impatiently asked him what was wrong with his mother. Then the dragon pointed to a large piece of flesh and asked what this thing was. Amami explained that it was this that caused the illness, and he was thrown out along with it. The doctor said that everything was fine for now and we could relax. He thought it was always nice to know that everyone was alive and well, so the operation to stop the bleeding in the upper gastrointestinal tract and remove the tumor could be considered complete. Lindworm's treatment was complete, and Melina told Yuno to invite Amami and everyone else to the palace. Alec appeared in front of the doctor in the form of a dragon and breathed a portion of fire at him. Then he asked Yuito how those nasty creatures, the germs that had been bothering him, were they supposed to be dead? Amami agreed with him but said that the scalpel also seemed to have met its end, having melted from the fire. He thought that sterilization by fire was a good method, but he didn't think that it was such a strong flame, because sterilization means the destruction or removal of microorganisms. Coron, despite all the explanations, told the owner that she still did not understand what these viruses, microbes, and bacteria were, and Alec agreed with her and said that organisms invisible to the eye obviously really exist, but he did not see them, although he had very good eyesight. Amami replied that he needed to think about how to prove their existence. Then he turned to Alec and thanked him for his participation. The dragon replied that there was no need to thank him, since they still had not achieved the desired result. Amami looked at Alec's bandaged arm and said that he should let him know if he felt any discomfort, and he would examine it again. At this time, Yuno approached the doctor and brought him the clothes she had mended. Amami was surprised that the princess herself was repairing his clothes. Yuno said that the more important thing was that the celebration had already begun. The elves and dragons, having united again, were now celebrating the recovery of Lady Lindworm, and they needed to go there too. Coron advised the doctor to accept the invitation and go to the party, because in any case he needed a break from work and at least one day to forget about his germs. The celebration was truly magnificent, and everyone who gathered treated each other to food and drink. It was a lot of fun, and the festival brought together a lot of different races who treated each other kindly. Amami exclaimed that it was as if he had been to the Matsuri festival. The princess joyfully exclaimed that she always loved the sight of the world tree, under which everyone shared their joy, and she could not believe that they were all gathered here again. She was filled with real happiness, but others had experienced similar feelings. Among the celebrations, Lindworm suddenly appeared in human form, and Amami asked her if she was feeling well, and the Dragon Queen replied that it was all thanks to him. The doctor asked the queen's permission to examine her eyes. He saw a reddish tint and that the color of the conjunctival ring began to change, and it seemed that the anemia was gradually disappearing. At this moment, Alec asked Amami how long it would take for his mother to fully recover. The doctor replied that it was difficult for him to say, and he did not know at all. The dragon asked anxiously if his treatment had not been successful, and the doctor replied that he had 2 reasons for saying so. Firstly, the course of the disease in dragons may differ from that of people, as he knows them. For example, a wound on the forest god's belly heals several times faster than a similar wound on a human, and Lindworm's anemia actually heals incredibly quickly. Coron confirmed that indeed the forest god had recovered in an instant, and Alec wanted to know another reason, to which the doctor replied that the second reason was the tumor that Lindworm had spat out. Currently, he has no tools to determine whether this tumor is a malignant tumor, a cancer that is eating away at the body, or whether it is a benign tumor, so he cannot judge the current situation. That's why he can't give a precise answer to the question of how long it will take to restore Lindworm. The Dragon Queen asked Yuita why he was apologizing since he had done nothing wrong. She, of course, did not understand anything about such things, but now she could only rely on the will of heaven. But still, she feels noticeably better, and it is not in her nature to just sit and wait. Is there something else she could do? Amami asked Lindworm if she would mind regular checkups. Coron immediately asked her master what a regular checkup was, and Amami replied that a regular checkup of the operated area was a checkup to see if any problems had arisen. Lindworm said that she couldn't help but imagine the hell a person would be in once they got inside the dragon form. Was he really going to do that again? The doctor apologized for causing her further inconvenience, but there was still no other way now. The Dragon Queen laughed heartily. She was amused by the fact that this doctor continued to apologize generously. This man was a little strange, but at the same time he was very cute. She clearly likes him and expressed hope that she and Yuito would get along. Lindworm added that the need for constant checkups meant they would now see each other often, and he could simply call her Lin. Everyone around started discussing that it's not every day you see something like this, a dragon taking a liking to a person. Here Lindworm greeted the dwarf Lord Norman, who asked His Highness if there was some kind of catch in allying with the sworn enemy, to which Lin replied that it was not for him to suspect the Queen of foul play. She pointed at Amami and declared that this man was her benefactor, and if something happened to him, she would not just let it go. He should remember this well, the former ruler of the dwarves. He knew the dragon of madness like no one else. The dwarf asked, but if this youth had made even one wrong step, the world tree could have come to an end. Then Norman brought a glass of celebratory sake to the doctor and poured it straight into his mouth, and Lindworm noticed at his stern look that he had only treated him to a drink. Then the dwarf asked the young man how he liked the strongest drink in this country and offered him another drink. Amami did not refuse, because if he did so, they would simply not understand him. He took a sip and thought it was a simple sake with a sharp taste. The alcohol content was low, but it was the strongest local drink. He had to admit that it had been a long time since he had had a drink. Suddenly, a man named Nino approached Master Norman. Nino, seeing the motley company, was very surprised and declared that the master should at least be a little worried. Amami finally got a good look at this Nino, who looked like a little boy. At this time, the escaped magicians Saya and Kernelson were fleeing from the Black Wolves. The man asked Sai to go and check if they were being followed. The girl mage asked him to use regeneration magic on her. Kernelson saw that the girl was wounded and said that he would treat her now. But suddenly the magician changed his mind and said that he could heal her wounds, but if he was mortally wounded, she would not be able to help him since she only possessed purification magic. Kernelson stated that his abilities were more valuable and should be preserved. Besides, they didn't know what else could happen. Saya was shocked by her partner's attitude, and he told her not to exaggerate the gravity of her situation. Kernelson peered out from behind the bushes and exclaimed that the wolves had found them again and were approaching. The next minute, the animals attacked the magicians. Kernelson abandoned the wounded girl and began to run, despite her cries for help. The girls called to Mrs. Yuna, but she said that she had to go, and the dwarf explained to Amami that they were going to dance. He advised the young man to look at it carefully. The girls began to sing and dance inside the magic circle. Norman told Yuito to watch carefully for those rings of light beneath his feet. Amami was surprised to notice that these were glowing mushrooms that grow inside the world tree, growing in response to the elves' magic. The dwarf explained that in other words, without the elves, the world tree would be pitch black, and it was this color that led them here, putting an end to their wanderings. The living space provided by the elves, who accept all comers without making any distinctions between them, as well as the leaves of the world tree, soothing pain, these are two rare treasures of the elven kingdom. No matter what power someone has who is not going to help them, they don't have to wait for help from people. This country is much better than their healers. But at the same time, he thinks that if they had healing magic, it would open the doors to a different future. The dwarf looked at Amami and said that he did not know what he would do now, but he was looking forward to his new achievements. Yuito had previously thought that he understood the importance of a doctor's work, but it was only after entering this world that he began to understand the true value of this profession. Little by little, he begins to understand what he should do in this world. Suddenly, the alarm was raised. A pack of black wolves was approaching them. The elf, out of breath, had difficulty telling what he had seen. He reported that these were people, magic healers, who had recently escaped from them. They were attacked by black wolves in the forest and now appear to be running towards them, leading the entire pack behind them. Alec asked where they were now. He did not intend to forgive them and gave the order to the dragons to advance. The elves also expressed a desire to fight. The wolves climbed the gates one after another, and the elves realized that they could not do without reinforcements. Philin was ordered to report everything to the hollow, while the others would hold off the animals. Because of these people, they started having problems again. High Priest Kernelson appeared in front of the gate and asked the elves to immediately shelter him inside. Amami, meanwhile, addressed those present and said that they had little time, but he wanted, if possible, no one to be killed or injured. The princess, after listening to Yuito, accepted the sword from the queen's hands and went to the front lines. Alec turned to Amami and said that those people were not at all like him. It was because of them that everything started. He did not consider himself chosen beings who deserved special treatment. Do they really think that way? And if they are left as is, someone else might get hurt or even die. Knowing this, he still doesn't want them to get hurt. The doctor replied that he fully understood the situation he was in and what he was talking about, but he still could not ignore the wounded people in front of him. He provided assistance to all patients, no matter who they were. Alec remembered how, when he found his mother abandoned by the mage healers, they simply fled through the window, deciding that Lindworm was beyond help. At this time, Yuno approached them and, turning to Yuito, told him to do what he had to do. She told Alec that he needed to think carefully before making decisions. The princess said that she, too, was going to help her people. Amami was forced to agree with Yuna. The Forest King also went to help the elves. Alec ordered his warriors to follow Princess Yuno and protect her properly. The battle with the attackers promised to be serious. Those fighting at the gates realized that there were too many attackers. The commander addressed his subordinates and ordered them not to surrender. They must stay here until reinforcements arrived. Just then, the princess arrived with reinforcements and apologized to the commander, Hayes, and Hike for the delay. Inspired by the arriving reinforcements, the elves began to fight the enemy with great enthusiasm. The dragons significantly strengthened the elven squad, and the black wolves had a hard time. In addition, the forest god entered the battle. The elves realized that they were now saved, because with such support no enemy could stand. Alec asked the commander if he was okay, and he replied that he was fine, but Hike's arm was injured. Amami asked to look at the wound and stated that the claws of wild animals were dirty, and it was very dangerous to leave the wound in that state. The commander asked if he could cure him. The doctor replied that it would be better to send him to the castle and have him treated there, because that was the only suitable place for it. The commander ordered Hayes to follow the doctor to the castle. Amami asked the princess if there were any more wounded, and she replied that it seemed like everyone else was okay, and it was good that everything ended so well. But Alex suddenly said that nothing was over yet. Kernelson, who had been hiding in the tree all this time, was pleased to notice that the black wolves were running away. Alec grabbed him in an armful and, turning to Amami, said that he told him that someone else could get hurt and next time they would find a dead person. He believed that Kernelson needed to be killed here and now, and the magician cursed and shouted at the dragon. Amami asked Alec to wait. Kernelson, seeing that a man had stood up for him, turned to Amami and asked him to tell the dragon to let him go. Meanwhile, Alec ordered to tell the magician where his partner is. The commander confidently stated that they had not seen anyone else here except this man. Alec suggested that Kernelson, while running away from the wolf spawn, abandoned his partner somewhere. Alec said that he would have killed him immediately, but he felt sorry to lose the second person and Kernelson must find her. And if he refuses to search or doesn't find, then he will definitely kill the magician on the spot. The magician thought that he had no choice and that the most important thing for him now was to buy time and then escape, seizing the moment. Alec grabbed Kernelson in his paws and quickly rushed through the air into the forest, and Amami ordered him to quickly follow him. If they don't hurry, Alec will kill the man. The commander admitted that His Highness had ordered him to provide Amami with every possible support. Alec, seeing the forest god, asked if they had all followed him. Amami saw that the habitat of the black wolves was all burned down and all the young had died. This is what the fleeing magicians did to anger their parents, which is why they attacked them. Colonelson set fire to the wolves' dwelling, wanting to avoid their attack. It was very cruel. Finally, Alec discovered the second man lying in the bushes. Amami leaned over the girl with concern. Alec asked the doctor what was wrong with her. She looked like she was about to die. Amami rushed to help. He examined Saya and found that the radial artery was not palpable, and the jugular vein was distended. The doctor had the most gloomy forebodings. Amami took out a stethoscope and placed it on the mage girl's chest. Everyone watched the doctor's actions carefully. Amami straightened up and said that the breath sounds on the right were weakened and concluded that it was a tension pneumothorax, after which he ordered Corona to bring his bag. The commander asked Amami impatiently what he was doing. Was he really going to treat her when Hike, who had fought for them all, risking his life, was waiting for him in the castle? And how dare he prioritize this vile troublemaker just because she belonged to his race? Amami stated that the girl was in critical condition and according to triage rules, he had to provide her with assistance and minimal treatment right away. The commander asked him in surprise what kind of word this triage was. Yuito replied that triage, or medical sorting, is used to prioritize the treatment of patients based on the severity of their condition, and this system is used when there are large numbers of casualties from war or natural disasters. A special tag in one of 4 colors is attached to the patient's clothing in a visible place. Black indicates individuals who are difficult to treat or already dead, while red indicates the highest priority of individuals in serious condition requiring immediate assistance. Yellow means people whose lives are not yet in danger and treatment can be postponed. Green means patients with minor injuries or who do not need medical attention at all. Then Priest Colonelson approached the doctor and said that he needed help first. Commander Minaru believed that Amami was willing to postpone Hike's treatment in order to help his kinsman. This human doctor is just like everyone else. That person is older and higher in position than the other victims. By helping Her Highness and Lady Lindworm, he was simply pursuing his own interests, and ultimately, status determines everything. The commander asked the doctor if the life of a simple elven warrior was really so little valued. Amami decided to take a look at Colonelson's wound. The man showed his slightly burned palm and said that he overdid it with fire magic and got burned, but Yuito said that it was a minor injury. He apologized and said that it was more important now to help Saya. The priest was beside himself with anger and called the doctor a scoundrel. He was given the special honor of healing him, and he must take care of him first. Ignoring his cries, the doctor examined the girl's chest and found something between the second and third ribs along the midclavicular line. The commander turned to the wizard and said that if the essence of triage is to assess the wounds of the victims, then Hike's wound looks the deepest and most bleeding, and why did he decide to start with this girl? Amami began to provide assistance to Saya during this time. He injected some drug under the skin. He explained that the girl had a punctured lung and therefore her condition was more serious than it might seem at first glance. Pneumothorax is an accumulation of air in the pleural cavity, leading to partial or complete collapse of the lung. Tension pneumothorax is a life-threatening pathological condition. Amami injected the girl with some medicine and said that this would allow him to buy some time, and now she could be taken to the castle for further treatment. He would deal with Hakem as soon as they arrived at the scene, after which he apologized to the commander for making him worry. The commander bowed respectfully and also apologized to the doctor, explaining that he still did not understand the rules that the wizard adhered to. At this moment, Colonelson rushed towards Amami as fast as he could, which was immediately seized by Alec, but the priest did not stop calling on the doctor to help him. Amami calmly replied that he had only a minor injury and had nothing to worry about. The commander asked the doctor what he was going to do with him, and Amami replied that he planned to take him with him and examine him a little later. Commander Minaru couldn't understand this and asked Yuito whose side he was on. Did this man really deserve to be saved? Amami apologized for his waywardness and said that he did not want to abandon those he could save. In the castle, they boiled a decoction of the leaves of the world tree. Meanwhile, Heike was being treated in the castle by the queen herself, who applied a decoction of the leaves of the world tree to his wound. At this time, the seriously wounded Saya was brought here. Amami ordered her to be put on the bed. Queen Melina recognized this girl as the sorceress who had escaped from them. But Amami stated that she was just a victim now and asked to let him use this place. He explained that the girl's condition should not worsen as long as she was left alone, and in the meantime he would take care of Hike's wound, as he was now the priority. Amami leaned over the warrior to examine him carefully. Amami removed the bandage from Heike's wound and noticed that the cloth looked clean, but the wound was untreated. The doctor smelled the aroma of the leaves of the world tree. Apparently, using painkillers without washing wounds was the standard in this country. He asked Hike if his arm hurt. He replied that the pain was bearable, but Amami noted that the wound looked quite painful, meaning that the leaf decoction was only effective to a certain extent, so he turned to Corona and said that he would like to have the wound washed. After performing the irrigation and local anesthesia, the doctor turned to Haiku. He said he had to make some extra cuts. Commander Minaru exclaimed incredulously that the wound was already terrible, and he wanted to cut it even more, and that did not sound very reasonable. Amami assured that after this the wound would heal much faster, but if left unattended, it could only get worse. Debridement is a surgical procedure in which the affected area is cleaned and dead tissue is removed, which helps create an environment for proper wound healing. Dead tissue not only prevents the development of granulation tissue, but can also become a source of infection. Here the princess turned to the commander. She said that they hadn't yet come to understand how Mr. Amami's magic worked, but he should have at least realized by now that this man was trying to help them. Karon could not resist confirming the princess's words, declaring that her master was a wonderful person. Minaru lowered his head and asked the doctor to take care of his comrade. Amami promised to fulfill his request and asked Karon to give him Metzenbaum's scissors. With their help, the doctor quickly made the necessary incisions. All those present watched his actions with curiosity. Then, when the wound was finished being treated, he washed it and lubricated the wound with Vaseline. Now everything was in perfect order. He told the wounded man that he would look after him until he recovered. Hike exclaimed that he now understood what Mr. Amami's magic was, and the doctor announced that he must now continue treating the injured girl. Amami asked Karon to hand him a stethoscope. The doctor decided to continue where he left off. Minaru thought for a moment and decided that the race and social status of the patients had no meaning for this man, which meant that such people existed. The commander looked at the young doctor in a completely different way, and it seemed that others also had a good opinion of him. Amami said that there was still air left in Seiya's chest cavity, so he was inserting a tube to release it and expand her lungs, and if that didn't help, he would try a technique called pleurodses. At this time, Queen Melina turned to Princess Yuno and informed her that she had made an important decision. She suggested to Yuno that they create a special place for Mr. Amami in the World Tree. Colonelson, meanwhile, was placed in a special prison cell where it was impossible to use magic, and it was also impossible to escape by force. The magician shouted from behind the bars, addressing Alec, that he would regret this, that a priest and a person could not be treated like this. His mother was an exception to the rule, untreatable, and he should not be held responsible for his failure to help her. Colonelson threatened that war was now inevitable, and that they would turn him into a fried lizard. Alec replied that he could not imagine anyone risking their life to save him. He left him alive because he realized that he did not even deserve to die. If this leads to war, so much the better. He will accept their challenge, and his mother is already much better, so they will still see who will win. Magical energy suddenly fell upon the prisoner, and everything around him was plunged into flames. Alec stated that he, Colonelson, was the exception to the rule, and he was the only one who regretted what had happened. At this time, Archbishop Axel was informed that information had been received about a priest and a deaconess who had gone to the World Tree. It appears they abandoned their duties and were taken prisoner. Queen Melina proposed to begin the meeting, since all interested parties were gathered. Meanwhile, a patient named Seiya was undergoing chest drainage, a treatment in which a chest tube is inserted into the chest cavity to continuously remove air, blood, and other fluids. Melina approached Lindworm and asked if they could extend their contract, to which the Dragon Queen replied that her condition had improved significantly, not to mention Alex. The only question was, do they really want that? Melina said that her recovery is the most important thing now, and that past conflicts will be forgotten over time. But she has one suggestion. She would like to add to the point that the dragons are obliged to protect the elves' name of Uido, and thus prevent other countries from getting close to him. Chancellor Maillard asked, so they want to protect Amami from them, but that could also lead to a situation where they would have to choose between the doctor and them. Lindworm advised the Chancellor not to let worry get the better of her, but she dreaded to think what would happen now. If Princess Yuno hadn't brought this man to them, she would have wanted Amami to stay here anyway, not only for their sake, but for the sake of the doctor himself. The princess was also in favor of Mr. Amami staying with them, and Melina reminded everyone that Yuno had also been saved by Amami. The queen stated that she would also like Lord Amami to remain in the hollow of their world tree, so she would not object to the addition to the treaty. Chancellor Maillard was ready to make changes to the treaty, but Melina asked her to wait a little. She believed that they needed to first find out Mr. Amami's opinion on the matter, and May volunteered to call the doctor to the meeting. At this time, Karon watched with interest the treatment method of Saya, wearing a stethoscope. She turned to the owner and stated that she could hear sounds on the right that coincided with breathing. The doctor took her stethoscope and confirmed that he could clearly hear breathing noise on the right and asked Karon to remember this sound well. He said that the girl was now on the mend. But if this sound becomes indistinguishable, it will be necessary to release air again and think about pleurodses again. Just at that moment, Saya woke up and opened her eyes. Alec entered the room and looked at Amami. The doctor told Saya that it was this guy who found and saved her, but she would have to be patient for some time. However, she was recovering and could relax. The sick woman looked at Alec and thanked him for saving her. Amami asked the dragon if he had any business with him, but Alec replied that he just came by to invite him for a drink, but since he didn't have any free time, he would just go. Yuito apologized and said that they would do it to him another time. Karon asked the doctor if she could really use this amazing magical device. Amami chuckled and said that it was a stethoscope, which was introduced into medical practice by the American doctor George Kamen, and the method of listening to the chest was introduced by the ancient Greek healer Hippocrates. Amami allowed Corona to use this stethoscope. In fact, he even considered creating a stethoscope especially for her. The girl was very happy, and Yuito reminded her that the agreement with her grandfather was still in force. He only brought one stethoscope with him, and they could use it in turns. Karon thanked the doctor from the bottom of her heart. It seemed she really liked the medical device. Amami realized that the problem wasn't just the lack of a spare stethoscope. He was currently missing a lot of things and needed to create them as soon as possible. At this time, Chancellor Maillard entered the room and, introducing herself, expressed hope for fruitful cooperation in the future. Instead of greeting, Amami asked the girl for permission to look at her glasses. He made sure that the frames contained real lenses and therefore their capabilities would be greatly increased, because he had found another amazing tool. May asked the doctor to return her glasses because she was completely helpless without them, and Amami, apologizing, gave them to the girl. Soon the Chancellor brought the doctor to a meeting, and Amami asked the participants what he owed them, although he himself wanted to talk to them about something. Queen Melina inquired about the topic of conversation, and the doctor said that it concerned the future of the victims. Their wounds and pneumothorax no longer pose a danger, but the risk of infection from wolf claws and fangs remains, and he is especially concerned about rabies. The princess looked questioningly at the doctor. Amami explained that it is a life-threatening disease that is transmitted through the bites of dogs or wolves that carry the rabies virus, and that the disease requires attention due to its high mortality rate and incubation period of 1 to 3 months. Lindworm noted that this did not sound very good. Amami added that rabies, as he knew it, was not usually transmitted from person to person, and he was not even sure if it was found here at all, but given that this kingdom was home to representatives of many different races, it would be a good idea to be prepared for any eventuality. Chancellor May asked what preparation he was talking about. Amami replied that that was exactly what he wanted to talk to them about. He wanted to observe those two for a while longer, and it would also be great if they allowed him to interview the residents and collect urban legends to find out if anyone had had symptoms of rabies in the past. Queen Melanie looked at the doctor with approval and allowed him to act as he saw fit. Then she asked Amami what he would order to be done with his reward. To the young man's puzzled look, she added that this was fair payment for his work, including both the work already done and the work to come, although she was a little concerned about how much the treatment might cost them, which surpassed in effectiveness the work of the highly paid wizards they had invited earlier. Amami replied that he was doing the treatment only because he wanted to, and that they allowed him to live here and made various concessions, and that was quite enough for him. Lindworm asked Yuito if he was saying that her life was worthless. Amami apologized and said that was not what he meant. The doctor admitted that he had one thought. A long time ago in his country, there was an institution called Koishika Yajosho. It was founded at the suggestion of Agawa Shozen, a man of the same profession as he, so that even the poorest people could receive medical care in that place. Melanie asked, so he dreams of creating a similar institution that would provide assistance to anyone who wants it. Amami confirmed her words and added that he would like to be able to help everyone who comes to the world tree with the hope of healing. In a world where the medical profession does not exist as a phenomenon, his wish may seem presumptuous, but if he is only allowed, he will be very happy. Lindworm exclaimed that Yuito could be very stubborn when it came to saving lives. Then Chancellor May approached Amami and said that she had heard that his companion, Lady Caron, was also his student. If possible, they, the elves, could also learn experience and magic in this institution, and Amami replied that he was not against it. May was surprised that this man was completely unwilling to keep the source of his power a secret. Amami reiterated that he would be happy to pass on his knowledge to the elves. No matter how you look at it, his craft cannot transcend time and space, so he would like as many people as possible to master the art of healing in order to help as many patients as possible. Yuno raised her hand and declared that she wanted to be among his students. Melina said decisively that they would create a place in this country where every sufferer could receive help, after which Amami asked what business they had with him. In the castle, the bishop read an ancient spell, placing his hand on the girl's wounded leg. She joyfully exclaimed that her leg was completely healed. The priest stated that sometimes curses could remain in the wounds, and if it caused a fever, she should drink holy water. The bishop stated that he did nothing special. It was enough for them to have strong faith and pray tirelessly. His companion asked Arch whether this woman of such low origin deserved God's miracle, since he even gave her holy water, a gift from Mr. Axel, and the bishop replied that God created people all over the world equal to each other. Of course, with the exception of representatives of other races and half-breeds. Arch's companions laughed because it was only berry juice prepared by slaves, and at that moment Archie was informed that Archbishop Eccles ordered him to appear immediately at the papal huri. Arch immediately followed the archbishop to the palace. He asked Saul and Comet, whom he saw there, if they knew why they were all being called. Saul replied that he had no idea, and Comet added that they wouldn't be forced to collect money like last time with that slave trader, would they? Arch realized that since they called Saul and Comet, that meant they were calling all the 6 stars. Saul noted that Mia was absent anyway, but it wasn't the first time she ignored orders from her superiors while she was busy with her experiments. All those summoned arrived perplexed and waited to be received. Fier and Zess were also here. It was no coincidence that there was so much talent in one place. Finally, Axel came out to them and thanked the 6 stars for coming. He reported that among the sacred magician's healers there was one who neglected his duties and ended up in captivity. He means the priest Kernelson. The archbishop urged those invited to nip the problem in the bud to prevent their secrets from leaking. Alec came to Yuito and asked him if it was true that he was going to build something, and the doctor confirmed his words. He told the dragon that he wanted to build a hospital, a place where anyone could be healed from illnesses and injuries. But for now, he doesn't have enough time. Amami pulled out a piece of paper and showed it to Alec, saying that he had done some painting, thinking it would be useful at the hospital, and that the dragon had recognized his mother in the image. The doctor said he wanted to do something similar to the Kaidai Shinsho, an anatomy textbook that was the first complete and detailed translation of Western medical works into Japanese, published in the 3rd year of the Ine era. Since he was treating a dragon, it would be a good idea to draw its structure while looking at this textbook. Anyone, even Koron, could consult it if she had to treat a dragon. However, it is not finished yet, and it still lacks many things. Besides, he had a failure in making soap the other day. The mixture he prepared for making soap had a very strong and unpleasant smell. Amami said he was very sorry about it, not that he knew much about it, but the composition of silk, animal fat, plant ash and salt should have been correct. Karon objected and said that, nevertheless, she had fun because she had never used soap before. With it, a person becomes much cleaner than when washing with water alone. Yuito agreed with the girl and said that hygiene can prevent many diseases, and the most important thing in life is not to get sick. The hospital must have a doctor's office and the equipment necessary for treatment, and the doctor must have knowledge about the creatures inhabiting this world. And in general, the list of necessary things tends to infinity. But what worried Amami most was that the supplies were about to run out, and it was unlikely that he would be able to get anything. Alex suggested that Amami go out for a drink and talk about everything at a leisurely pace. They went to a bar where Tega was the owner. He greeted the visitors, and Alec announced that he had finally come today with Amami. He asked the bartender to roll up his sleeves and bring them some of his best drinks. Yuito said hesitantly that he usually tries not to drink alcohol. The dragons asked if he really couldn't stand alcohol. Tega told the doctor that if he couldn't drink alcohol, then what about the ether that was produced on the second floor of this establishment? Amami asked Koron if she knew what ether was. Then suddenly Amami noticed his old friend Mr. Normama behind the bar counter. He turned to the dragon bartender and told him not to teach the children bad entertainment, and also that he should fill his empty mug. Normam treated Amami to alcohol and said that he wouldn't advise anything bad. It would be better for him to take the drink and not touch the ether. Alec told the old man to leave them alone, and Yuito drank the offered treat in one gulp. The taste of the drink was different from what Amami had tried last time. It was similar to beer. One-eyed Normam noticed that the other drink was made from fruits and berries, and this one from grain, and it looks like Yuito is a big fan of drinking. The doctor replied that where he came from, a drink with such a taste was called beer or ale, and he usually drank it chilled. Normam exclaimed that he had never even heard of such a thing, because they never chill alcohol. Alec turned to the bartender and ordered his drink to be chilled, and Normam wanted to try it too. The old man drained a whole mug of chilled drink in one gulp and slammed his fist on the table. Normam screamed with pleasure throughout the bar, and Alec ordered him to shut up. Meanwhile, Normam emotionally stated that he used to think that drinking was like a sunset in fertile lands, but he did not know that one could experience such pleasure as if one were riding a sleigh down sparkling golden sand. Then the old man turned to the doctor and asked if he by any chance possessed much more extensive knowledge in the field of alcohol brewing, to which Amami replied that he would not say so. The doctor noted that good taste could be achieved by combining different types of drinks or adding juice, and Alec was surprised that Amami was quite knowledgeable about this for someone who hardly drank. Yuito replied that in the past he was a drinker, although he preferred whiskey to beer. Normam widened his one eye in surprise and asked what kind of drink this whiskey was. Amami replied that it could be said that it was a distilled version of the drink they had just drunk. He explained that this is a method of separating components with different boiling points by evaporating the liquid once and then condensing it, thus producing a stronger alcohol. Normam expressed extreme interest and asked the doctor to tell him more about it. Alec pounced on the old man and declared that Amami had come here to relax and that he shouldn't bore him with talk of work. The old man told the dragon to be silent because he and the doctor had an important conversation. They had been working tirelessly here for a long time, producing the highest quality alcohol. In other words, better alcohol was their bright future. Amami suddenly thought about his words. He decided that by distilling alcohol, he could obtain an excellent disinfectant, highly concentrated ethanol for the hospital. The bartender, Tega, was forced to intervene and cast a magical chill on the old man. Meanwhile, Normam turned to the doctor. He wanted to ask Amama a question, and he thought it would be about distillation methods. However, although the one-eyed man was very interested in this method, the conversation turned to something else. He wanted the doctor to quickly examine his grandson when he had some free time. The thing is that he often can't go to the toilet and sometimes suffers from stomach pain. Amami decided he was constipated. Normam agreed that his grandson had nothing serious, but asked the doctor to come in anyway, and if he examined him, he was ready to make him anything he wanted as a token of gratitude. They, the dwarves, can do everything, be it blacksmithing or construction. Amami replied that in that case he would like to make a regular order, but not as a thank you. Normam stated with offense that the master should receive full compensation for his work. It could not be otherwise, and the doctor should not refuse his gratitude. Alec pointed out to the old man that he drank without measure, and would he be able to repay them in full for the drink. One-Eye replied that these were rude words and asked if dragons usually worked here. Alec said that it's not just here, they can be found in establishments where fights often happen, like the one on air upstairs. Yuito asked with interest what ether was. It wasn't the first time he'd heard about it. The dwarf replied with concern that it would be better for him not to know. He had seen how many of those who inhaled it then died, and Alec objected and said that there were those who survived only thanks to it, and how was ether different from the alcohol that he was now drinking. Amami suggested that it was something like tobacco. Alec suggested that the doctor go and take a look if he was interested. At the top they were met by the mistress of the ethereal, Ms. Shea. She immediately invited the guests to take a drag, but romcom firmly stated that he did not want to do this. Shea asked the dwarf not to shout or smoke indoors because he might disturb the people inside. Alec told the girl that they just wanted to look around here for now. Amami saw that people in the ether were breathing in ether. Alec approached the doctor and said that he was a good man but suggested that this time they do without any beautiful words. It is what it is. The old man spoke of it as bad entertainment, but one look was enough to understand. None of them came here to have fun. Shea stated that she also hates beautiful words, as well as moralizing and sympathy. Ether, also called the breath of God, helps one forget for a moment the pain that even the leaves of the world tree cannot drown out. Also, with the help of ether, you can fall asleep peacefully, which is why ether is so necessary. Amami was delighted to realize that the ether allowed him to fall asleep, forgetting about the pain. The doctor realized that this could be used for his hospital. Of course, it needs to be tested properly first. This thing can be used for general anesthesia. Who would have thought that one of the things needed for a hospital would be found right here? At this time, the meeting with the archbishop continued. Komet asked Axel if he meant to say that Kernelson should be killed. The archbishop rudely interrupted Komet and declared that Kernelson was their comrade and they must try to save his life. But weeds must be removed to protect the entire garden. Arch, Kernkelson, and Deacon may be killed or left alive depending on the circumstances. Komet noted that this was a worse job than fundraising, and Saul offered to be their candidate to get in there and find out everything. However, Fia suggested tossing a coin, and whoever didn't guess the outcome even once would go on reconnaissance. She mixed 3 coins in her fist. Fia said that these are gold, silver, and copper coins. The side with the face is heads. The same answers will not be accepted. Then she said her option tails, heads, heads. Everyone gathered named their options, and the girl drew lots. Then Fia laughed and told Zess that he had guessed correctly and was out. Zess stated that, in his opinion, this job should be done by the most successful person and not the other way around, and therefore he would go. After some debate, everyone finally agreed to Zess's proposal, and Axel thanked him and said that action was more important than any talk. The owner of the cart asked the merchant Lan, under whose name Zess was hiding, to get inside. He asked the passenger where they were going, and Zess replied that they were going southwest, to the land of the elves, to the hollow of the world tree, and there at that time Amami never ceased to rejoice at the useful thing that he found in the ethereal Shea. Yuito told the crown that it was first necessary to determine whether ether was safe to use for medical purposes and that clinical trials needed to be conducted. When developing a new drug, its efficacy and safety for humans must be assessed. And for this purpose, clinical trials are conducted, consisting of 3 stages, from the first phase, which involves a small number of healthy volunteers, to the third phase, which involves a large number of patients suffering from the pathology for which the drug being studied is intended. Essentially, he must test it on various people. It is necessary to determine the dosage and methods of application, although first of all it is necessary to find out if there are anyone willing to participate in this. Alex suggested that the doctor talk to Shea again since she knew a lot, and Amami happily agreed with the dragon. Alec, with a serious expression on his face, said that he wanted to make a big contribution to the construction of his hospital. Amami was very surprised and gratefully said that he never thought that he would also want to support him, and the dragon added that Yuito ordered tools from Old Man Normama, but he could create additional cutting tools if he needed it. Amami happily accepted Alec's offer, who promised to provide him with blades. Yuito added that it would be very convenient to have several smaller blades. Alec told the doctor that magic alone wouldn't work, but if they had spirit silver, they wouldn't need blood, and Amami was surprised that the dragon knew about spirit silver. Alec smiled and exclaimed that he, of course, knew nothing about healing, but he could help him with many other things and would start right away. He will show the doctor the spiritual silver immediately. Amami, with Ainbeb on his shoulder, sat astride Alec, who was flying swiftly through the sky, and the doctor, shivering from the cold, asked the dragon where they were flying. Alec replied that he would see everything for himself and warm himself by the fire as soon as they got there. Finally, they arrived at the place, and it was the Tomdium mines, and Amami also saw a huge castle nearby. Alec explained that this was the castle of the Dwarven Kingdom, or rather, it once was. The doctor asked Alec what it meant, whether everyone had died, but the dragon reassured the doctor and said that they had all moved to another place to develop new deposits, and that they had ended up flying here. After all, if we're talking about spiritual silver, then it's undoubtedly Tomdium, and he absolutely doesn't understand why the dwarves abandoned this place. The travelers lit a fire to warm themselves, and Alex said that old man Normum was the last to leave this place. At this time, the old man thought of Amami with respect, because founding a hospital to help everyone who was sick was a very noble cause. He knew that Uito was an outstanding person, but not everyone could conceive of something so grandiose, and now Normum, together with others, was choosing a location for the future hospital. Queen Melina told the old man that they really needed him and were counting on his support. Normum was surprised by these words and inadvertently thought, was this the end of the kingdom? But the dwarf bowed respectfully to the queen and said that he was in her debt and swear by hammer and anvil that he would live up to her expectations. Normum asked Melina in a businesslike manner what exactly they were planning to build, and the queen replied that they had just wanted to discuss it with Amami, but he was not there. Princess Yuno suggested that apparently she and Alec had gone to the Tostium mines for spiritual silver, and the dwarf realized that the doctor wanted to create something using the dragon's mana. Normum said with regret that those lands are now nothing more than ruins, full of dust. They are unlikely to have any difficulty collecting spiritual silver, so we need to wait for their return, and in the meantime they will do what they can. Normum addressed his compatriots and declared that the time had come to work and they must show strength of character. His grandson Hugh approached him and said that he would go to the quarry to drive in wedges, and his friend promised to fill the boxes with soil from the Black Pond. Norm asked Hugh how his stomach was doing. The boy replied that he had been fine since the morning. The old dwarf remarked that strength of character and stubbornness were not the same thing and that he should not overwork himself, and the grandson replied that he also wanted to be useful to his grandfather. So he should let him do everything he can do collecting wood. Normum agreed and looked at his grandson with respect. He watched with pleasure as Hugh very deftly hoisted the log onto his shoulders. After a while, the grandfather turned to his grandson and said that he needed to take a break, and Hugh noticed that Normum was too worried about him. He just has a hard time going to the toilet sometimes. Another dwarf expressed concern about the pain he experienced when going to the toilet, but the boy replied that he was fine. Suddenly, after a while, Hugh grabbed his stomach and fell to the ground. A breathless guy ran to Master Normum and reported that Hugh had fainted. The old man ordered that he be brought to him immediately, and the young man reported that Hugh was in the castle. Normum approached the bed where his grandson lay and asked Hugh to hold on. He turned to Corona and asked if she could do anything with the sick man. The princess asked if they shouldn't first bring Amami to the sick person. Normum exclaimed impatiently that it would take 2 days to get to Tostium on horseback and another 2 days to return, and Hugh was getting worse. Then the princess saw the forest god, who was looking questioningly at the people, and Yuno asked if he really wanted to go after Lord Amami. The princess declared that she would then show the forest god the way. Karun could not rely solely on her own strength. Lindworm brought warm clothes to the princess so that she wouldn't catch a cold on the journey. Yuno thanked the dragon queen and said that she must find Amami quickly, after which she climbed onto the back of the forest god and they went to the mines. Lindworm meanwhile said that she had come to find out where Alec had disappeared to, but upon seeing all this, she expressed her regret to Norm about his grandson's illness. The old man replied that she and her children had nothing to apologize for. He was only angry because he couldn't help this guy. It's only midday, but no matter how much the princess and the forest god hurry, they won't make it before midnight and Hugh will still suffer. If he loses anyone else, he will hardly be able to live on this earth. Amami excitedly told Alec about his hospital project. He expressed joy that they had managed to find the important medicine ether, and if they could get hold of spiritual silver, they would be able to create tools and all sorts of other equipment. And the next question is the location of the hospital construction. Of course, they still lack a lot, but he wants to start with what is already possible. Alex suggested that the doctor turn to the old man again regarding the building, because he was a real master in this matter, strong and reliable, although a little noisy. They approached the stairs in the castle that led to an underground tunnel, and the doctor noticed that it was dark and even somehow scary. The stairs to the dwarven castles were indeed quite long. They had already climbed 20 floors, but the stairs still didn't end. Alec asked the doctor to be patient for a little while until they got down so he could carry him back, but finally the dragon announced that they had arrived. It was an abandoned mine, and not a single ray of light penetrated to such a depth. Suddenly, the dungeon was illuminated by a bright light. It was Alec who used firebending, hoping that at least something here would catch fire and become brighter, and Amami decided that he could use his diagnostic flashlight. He thought about how he could check the oxygen level with candles or a torch and what could replace them, and just at that moment some kind of web covered the doctor's entire face. Alec, seeing this, asked Amami not to move and removed this abomination from him. Yuito suggested that there were spiders living in the mine, and Alec replied that the last time he went through here without any problems, but now it seemed like there was something here. The dragon was very irritated by the sticky threads hanging in the cave. He turned to Amami and asked him to wait for a while he destroyed this web. At this time, Seiya approached the bed where Hugh was lying and, turning to Queen Melina, asked permission to treat this boy. Normum told her that she had run away, leaving Lindworm behind, and that she should not think that they had forgotten it. Can he trust such a person? And if he does, if something happens, he will kill her without the slightest hesitation, so she must back down for her own good. Mage Seiya apologized to Lady Lindworm and, assuring everyone that she no longer wanted to run away, asked to be allowed to help the boy before the doctor returned. The queen turned to the crown and asked what Yuito would do in this situation. Karon confidently replied that the owner would certainly trust this girl to help with the treatment. Lindworm nodded in agreement and stated that she thought so too. Then she told Norm that, even taking into account the events of the past, it had to be admitted that neither of them knew anything about healing. And this healer girl is so eager to fight, so isn't it better to trust her than to let his grandson suffer any longer? Hugh, overcoming the pain, turned to his grandfather and said that he, too, asked for the sorceress to examine him. Normum leaned over to Hugh and asked if it hurt, and the guy replied that yesterday it was the center of his stomach, and today the pain has moved to the right and down. Normum stood up resolutely and asked the healer her name. He turned to Seiya and said that his grandson Hugh was in the bed in front of her. He asked her to save this boy. Those around her saw determination and extraordinary strength in Seiya's eyes. Healer Seiya was of human descent, and her childhood memories were found among piles of rubbish and human bustle. Seiya placed her hand on Hugh's stomach and said that it was a sign of light and a well of mana, and Karon curiously asked the girl what it meant. The mage replied that the sign of light indicated tension in the muscles, and the well of mana was a curse that caused pain, as well as bloating of the chest and abdomen. The boy's stomach was noticeably tense. In this situation, she would like to use the leaves of the world tree that stop pain. Seiya asked someone to bring them here. Karon reminded them that they still had some of the broth left, but it might not be enough, so she would be happy to make some more. Seiya gave Hugh a decoction of the leaves of the world tree to drink. For some reason, she remembered Kernelson, who had encouraged her to run away, convincing her that Lindworm was a hopeless case and that she could not be cured. Then she remembered Amami, who did not want to abandon those who could be saved and who saved her. He didn't run away, but fought the Dragon Queen's illness and didn't even ask for anything in return. Seiya felt that she wanted to become as strong as Amami. She was already tired of losing something every time she ran away. Alec, meanwhile, asked Amami to stay put until he dealt with the unfamiliar mine inhabitant. The dragon went into the depths of the cave and finally discovered this unknown creature. Alec was about to deal with the stranger, but Amami arrived and asked the dragon to stop, because this creature was saying something and perhaps they could communicate with it. Alec replied that he had already pressed him well, and the doctor suggested talking to him first. It was a spider girl. Amami wondered why she attacked them. Then he saw that the girl was trying to hide something from them. Amami bowed and asked the girl for forgiveness, and Alec asked the doctor in bewilderment why he was apologizing. She was probably frightened by their sudden arrival and the fire. But Yuito replied that she was trying to protect her children who were behind her. That's why he asked this girl for forgiveness. Alec apologized sheepishly too and noted that in the darkness he couldn't make out anything at first. Spider-Girl asked them if they were really having fun killing someone when they were off guard. The men shook their heads and said that they had already apologized, and the girl remarked with offense that Alec had breathed fire on her for no apparent reason. Amami explained to the girl that they came here for the so-called spiritual silver. A glowing stone appeared in the spider's hand, and she asked the doctor if this was what they had come for. They can take it, but they must not kill her children. There must be a lot more of this stuff here, and they can take it all for themselves. Suddenly the girl staggered, clutching one of her legs. Amami told her that her leg needed to be examined. It seemed to him that the spider had a serious burn. He would like to treat her if possible, and the girl asked who he was, and the doctor gave his name. Suddenly, the forest god and the princess appeared in the mine. Yuno informed Amami that Normima's grandson, Hugh, was in need of his help at the castle. Just at this time, Saya was reading a spell, standing at Hugh's head. Lindworm, watching the girl, saw that she was sweating heavily and understood that this was due to a lack of mana. She had gone too far, and if this continued, Saya might simply die. Hugh was still in pain, and his grandfather was very worried about his grandson. Many began to doubt the effectiveness of the magician's treatment, because the patient never got better. Saya apologetically said that for treating people whose stomachs had hardened due to the mana well, cleansing magic was best, and if she could drive out the evil spirits that were causing the illness, the boy would feel relieved. The magician girl continued the treatment and asked not to worry about her health, she was fine. Lindworm took the girl by the shoulders and said that it would be bad if she fell and hit her head, and now this was the only thing she could do for her. Saya continued the treatment with all her might. After a while, everyone heard some sound, and Lindworm, smiling, told Saya that she was a good girl because she did not give up and held on until the last, and help had already arrived. And indeed, the forest god delivered Amami, Alec, Yuno, and even the spider to the castle, and Yuito thanked everyone for waiting. The doctor said that he would immediately begin examining the patient. Saya informed Amami that the sick Hugh had a pronounced tension in his abdomen and his whole body was hot and trembling. She suggested that the boy was possessed by evil spirits. Lindworm noted that magic healers often say this. They believe that pus, stomach upset, and watery stools are caused by the curse of evil spirits. Therefore, the purification magic comes next. Although she had never seen these spirits with her own eyes, the Dragon Queen turned to Amami and asked him, "What cannot be seen with the eyes, isn't it similar to microbes?" Amami reported that indeed, bacteria and viruses fit this description, and it turns out that purification magic is not useless at all. Saya noticed that they were of different races, but their body structure was essentially the same, so she decided that purification magic would be effective against spirit possession, and Karon told her master that Saya tried her best, but she was unable to drive out the evil spirits. Amami wanted to clarify one important thing. He asked the healer, so Hugh's body is structured the same as that of humans. Saya replied that she wasn't sure about that at all, as such topics were usually taboo, but Bishop Axel had said once that that was the case. The doctor assumed that humans and dwarves had similar organisms, but he needed to check something. Amami felt the patient's abdomen and found that it was hard and that this was muscular guarding, a physical sign of tension in the abdominal wall muscles associated with resistance and anxiety. The doctor pressed on the spot he knew, and Hugh cried out in pain. Karon explained to the owner that at first the pain was somewhere in the middle of his stomach, but now the worst pain was to the right of his navel. Amami realized that the pain point had moved from the epigastrium to McBurney's point, and perhaps this meant that Hugh had appendicitis. Norm asked the doctor what kind of crap this was, and he replied that it was a condition in which a place in the lower right part of the abdomen called the appendix swells. Previously, people usually used opium and brandy for pain relief and a lot of laxatives to treat this disease, as a result of which the condition worsened. The mortality rate was about 60%. But then it was determined that the main cause of the pathology was the appendix. McBurney's point, located on the border of the middle and outer third lines connecting the right anterior superior ilium with the navel, is one of the pain points that determine the signs of appendicitis. The old man asked the doctor if there was anything that could be done about this. Hugh's suffering was not stopping. Amami turned to Saya and asked, "So when the stomach is in this condition, purification magic is usually used?" The magician replied that the bishop had spoken about this, that when there was stomach pain, it would be correct to use cleansing magic. The doctor asked if this usually worked, and the girl replied that if the spirits were weak, the effect was instantaneous, and Alec asked her what was the point of such magic if it was only effective against weak spirits. Amami pulled out a bottle of medicine from his bag and said that for mild cases of illness, he uses this antibiotic. Probably purification magic has the same effect. Saya was amazed that there was a cure with the same power as purification magic, and Karon added that it was the same thing the owner used to kill germs. Lindworm asked the doctor curiously, so she and the magician had similar methods. Normim suggested continuing the cleansing until complete recovery in combination with the medicine, and Yuito thought that the sharp pain could cause a relapse, but it was hardly worth relying on the remaining antibiotic and the healer's reserves of strength. Amami approached Alec and asked if he could invite Shea here. He would like to use her airwaves. The dragon said that he would call her, and the Dragon Queen asked Yuito how he was going to use the ether. The doctor replied that in Lin's case he had penetrated inside the body and excised the tumor, but now this was impossible and all that remained was to cut out the problematic part from the outside. Normum exclaimed in horror, was he really going to cut open his grandson's belly? Amami replied that the ether would put him into a deep sleep and he would not feel any pain, and it seemed that the treatment could not be carried out otherwise. Nino asked the doctor, isn't ether that dangerous medicine that makes you behave strangely and eventually fall asleep? At this time, Alec returned with Shea. Normum reminded the doctor how interested he had been in talking about this while visiting that succubus girl. It seemed like it was a full anesthesia, and he had said then that he needed the ether for the hospital. But he also said that it needed to be properly tested first, and in other words, ether could be dangerous, and it was unclear whether it was effective in relieving pain. The old man confidently stated that he knew what happened to those who continued to inhale it, and he would say it outright. He was afraid of ether. Besides, unless he was sure it was pain-relieving, he definitely wouldn't want to use it on Hugh. But that's exactly why he wants to apologize to him for being rude and invites them to test the ether on him. He puts his life in their hands but asks them to save Hugh. Amami knew very well that inhalation anesthesia is a method of general anesthesia based on the use of gaseous or volatile general anesthetics that enter the patient's body through the respiratory tract. Shea handed Normum a container with ether, and he thanked the girl. The old dwarf heroically inhaled the ether vapors, and everyone watched this act. A second later, Normum declared that he really didn't feel anything. Shea touched the dwarf's numb cheek and said so be it. At the outpost, the guards examined the merchant land's pass and asked what brought him to them. Zess replied that work had brought him here, of course, and the guards had let the spy through. Meanwhile, Amami was preparing for the operation, gathering all the necessary equipment. Gauze, a pus tray, a cotton swab, povidone disinfectant solution, scalpels, needles, and a medical syringe, surgical tape and absorbable suture, a stapler, a filter, a catheter, Cooper scissors, Mayo scissors, pine clamps, tweezers, flat hooks, a retractor, and a connector. Linv Orm said that she would wait outside, and if needed, they should call her. Alec asked Amami if he had a germ-free litter box, and the doctor provided him with one. The dragon held out a piece of spiritual silver in his outstretched palm, which illuminated the room with a bright light. He sterilized the tray with fire using high temperature and found 3 magnificent scalpels on it. Alec said that he had only prepared 3 pieces so far, but he guaranteed the spiciness, and with such a fire there was no need to worry about germs, to which Amami warmly thanked his friend. Alec said that he would also be outside during the operation. Saya looked at the doctor in confusion and wondered if he was really going to treat the patient by cutting open his stomach. Even if the pain could be dulled, how could that help? What this young man was about to do was certainly taboo for any of them. Who was he? Meanwhile, Shea, approaching the bed where the sick man lay, asked whether the boy had been suffering for a long time and whether she should let him take a drag of ether right now. Amami asked her to wait a bit. He just happened to have a couple of disposable gowns, and everyone needed to put them on to be safe around the patient. Yuito dressed everyone in gowns and medical caps and advised Shea to wear something on top since she had horns on her head. The doctor leaned over Hugh and said that in addition to inhalation anesthesia, another type of anesthesia would be needed, so it needed to be prepared in advance. This needed to be done while the patient was conscious. He turned the young man onto his side and warned that it would be a little painful. Amami turned to Corona and told her to place her hands on her buttocks and the back of her head, holding Hugh in that position. The doctor then touched the protrusion of the iliac crest with his fingers, walked along the Jacobi line and warned the boy that it would be a little painful. He pressed on the known point with his thumb and the patient cried out. Amami knew that if the injection was administered along Jacobi's line, then there should be no nerve damage with spinal subarachnoid anesthesia, and in theory, the condition of the lumbar vertebra and the patient's nutritional status should also be taken into account. But he was confident that everything would go well. Jacobi's line is a line connecting the highest points of the left and right iliac crests. The intersection of this line of the spine corresponds to the position between the spinous processes of the 4th and 5th lumbar vertebrae. The probability of damage to the spinal cord when the needle is inserted into this area is considered low, which allows for spinal anesthesia to be performed relatively safely. Amami asked Yuno to pour povidone disinfectant into a special container. The princess, following the doctor's orders, saw that there were already cotton swabs placed there earlier. Amami thanked Yuno for her help and took the swab with tweezers. He then filled the syringe with lidocaine to provide local anesthesia and warned the patient that there would be a slight sting. He then took the chewy needle and asked Hugh to let him know when he felt numbness or pain in his limbs and warned him that there would be a little pressure on his back. The doctor felt the needle cross the interspinous ligaments and there was very little left to complete the process. Spinal subarachnoid anesthesia is a technique in which local anesthetic is injected into the spaces of the spinal cord, and Amami decided that this would be sufficient, carefully removing the chewy needle. So far everything has been going well. Amami bent over, holding the extracted needle in one hand. He then took a catheter from the sterile pack. The doctor inserted the catheter into a special device, removing the chewy needle. The cerebrospinal fluid came out normally. Amami attached a filter to one end and secured the catheter to his back with surgical tape. Yuito turned to Shea and asked her to use ether on the patient. Amami said that Hugh should sleep so deeply that he wouldn't wake up in pain, and Shea warned that going that far could be dangerous, to which the doctor remarked that this was precisely why he needed someone with her experience. The succubus girl replied that he could rely on her. She leaned over to the sick man and said that she had promised his grandfather to do this, and she hated to break a promise, so he should relax and get some sleep. The artificially induced loss of consciousness in order to provide assistance to the patient without waking him up was general anesthesia, after which Hugh actually fell asleep. The doctor, before starting the surgery, told Shea that he was counting on her until the procedure was completed. The doctor said they were going to perform an open appendectomy. Amami asked Koron to hand him the tool and attach the roundest blade with a rounded edge to the scalpel Alec had created. The girl followed all the doctor's instructions, and he made an incision of about 5 centimeters through the McBurney point along the folds of the skin. Koron watched Amami's work with interest and attention, as he made a cut 1 centimeter outside the McBurney point and 4 centimeters inside. The doctor asked Corona to give him some gauze, and she complied with his request. He then asked the girl to hand him the hooked tweezers, which he used to hold the ends of the cut. With a scalpel, he cut through the subcutaneous fat, which was thicker than he expected, perhaps because Hugh was a dwarf and not a human. After this, Amami needed flat hooks, which are used to clearly visualize the surgical field through the incision. They serve to hold the subcutaneous tissue and muscle layer. The doctor fixed the superficial edges of the incision with these hooks. He then asked Koron to try to widen the surgical field herself with this instrument. Next, a curved blade and hooked tweezers were needed. Amami noted the aponeurosis of the patient's external oblique abdominal muscle. The doctor cut the wound deeper with a sharp blade, and Koron asked him if the bad spot was even further away. Amami nodded his head and said that there was also the internal oblique muscle and the peritoneum, and the appendix was even lower. He made an incision in the external oblique muscle, moving gradually along the fibers. Yuito picked up the Whiteliner retractor, which works not only horizontally but also vertically, and he also needed Mayu scissors to continue the operation. He showed Corona the internal oblique muscle he had just told her about, then used a Pinot clamp and announced that the appendix was about to appear. He bent tensely over the wound. Amami asked Koron to move the hooks to the place he had just widened. He explained that the lunate line is located here, and the transverse abdominis muscle is now visible. The peritoneum showed, and the doctor advised Corona to rest a bit while he put in a retractor. But the girl continued to watch Amami's manipulations. Yuno used gauze to wipe away the sweat that had appeared on Corona's face, who thanked her for it. Amami, meanwhile, asked Koron to hand him the tweezers without hooks and to hook himself with the tweezers so that he could make a cut in the center. Koron deftly carried out the doctor's orders. He explained that the cecum would soon appear, and from here it would be necessary to make another incision with scissors. Finally, everyone saw how the intestine jumped out through the cut. Outside, meanwhile, Nino turned to Alec. He stated that the master seemed to trust Amami and thought that the stomach needed to be cut open to cure it, but he didn't believe him one iota because it was some kind of nonsense. He told the dragon to step aside because he wanted to check if Hugh was okay, but Alec said he wouldn't move. He hugged Nano and declared that he didn't want anyone else to repeat his mistake. At times like this, all you can do is believe and wait. Nino apologized for losing his temper, and Alec apologized in turn and said that they could only believe in Amami's skill. Koron anxiously asked the owner what it was. Yuito calmly replied that everything was fine. It was the abdominal pressure that had increased greatly, which was why the intestine had popped out. The doctor asked Koron to hand Shea the yellow syringe from the table that contained lidocaine. He asked Shea to connect the syringe to the filter attached to Hugh's back and remove the cap. When the doctor's instructions were carried out, Amami asked the girl to press the back of the syringe and inject the medicine completely, and Koron asked what it was. Yuito replied that it was called spinal anesthesia. There was another reason besides the pain that he had prepared Shea's ether and another anesthetic in advance. He said it would take some time, but it would happen quickly, and immediately Koron saw the intestine retract. Amami explained that lidocaine, which is commonly used as an anesthetic, has a muscle relaxant effect when injected subarachnoidally, meaning it relaxes the abdominal muscles and prevents the bowel from coming out. Koron exclaimed in surprise that this same medicine was used to treat the forest god, which meant it was capable of this too. Sayer exclaimed that such an inexperienced deaconess, as she was now able to understand a lot. Under the influence of this man's magic, the world will change so much that it will be simply unrecognizable. But Amami stated that it has not only advantages but also disadvantages. This anesthetic lowers blood pressure, which can be dangerous, and the duration of lidocaine's action is limited. We need to hurry. Amami reported that they had a free strip of colon in front of them, and they had to move along it. If Hugh's intestinal structure is the same as a human's, then there should be an appendix behind the tape. Here, the surgeons were faced with an inflamed appendix, which is often confused with the cecum, but in reality, the cecum is the beginning of the large intestine, while the appendix is an outgrowth protruding from the posteromedial wall of the cecum. The appendix is also called the vermiform process, the length, shape, and position of which varies from person to person, but usually its length is from 6 to 13 centimeters and the diameter from 5 to 10. In case of inflammation of the appendix, there are two types of treatment: removal by surgery and drug treatment with antibiotics. Koron stared at the inflamed appendage with interest and surprise. The doctor said that it is the cause of the inflammation, so they have to cut it out. Although the tissues around were not so inflamed, Amami looked at Saya. He said it was all thanks to Saya's cleansing magic. It was she who stopped the inflammation process, and they were all very grateful to her. Yuito took the surgical clamp, and the healer was happy to think that she was able to help someone. Amami thought that magic did work, but he would study it later, and for now he had more important tasks. The appendix cannot be cut right now due to possible bleeding. The appendicular artery should be ligated. Amami called Koron to him. He asked to hold the tongs for him. Meanwhile, he himself prepared a medical thread. The doctor began to ligate the artery. He understood that if he pulled the thread too tightly, it could be cut and bleeding would begin. But if he didn't tie the vessel tightly enough, it would lead to the same result, so Amami acted very carefully. He tied the vessel and cut the thread with Maya's scissors. Koron told the owner that there appeared to be no bleeding, and the doctor thanked her for her help. Amami was ready to begin removing the appendix itself, but first the base needed to be bandaged, otherwise a hole would remain. He pinched the base with pliers. Yuito did this a little higher and again used the thread and needle. The doctor quickly and deftly made several stitches. He told Yuno to grab his left hand and shouted encouragingly for her not to be afraid. The princess's hand intercepted the forceps and continued to hold them while the doctor worked on the thread. Then Amami pulled the thread tightly and cut off the excess ends of the thread. Yuito picked up a scalpel with a sharp blade and said that it was time to remove the appendix. With a careful and confident movement, the doctor cut off the appendage. Amami placed the removed flesh on a tray and disinfected the cut site with povidone using a cotton swab. The doctor asked Yuno to hold the thread again. Then Amami thanked the princess for her help. Yuito said with a smile that everything was fine now. The doctor tucked in the remaining tissue with tweezers. Then he tightened the purse string suture with the previously prepared thread. Amami looked at his assistants and declared that they had successfully removed the appendix, and Koron remarked that the owner had done a good job, to which the doctor replied that they had done a good job too and now they could relax a little. However, the operation is not yet over, and now Hugh's stomach needs to be carefully stitched up. All that remains is to press a little harder and complete the operation. At this point, Lindrum approached Mr. Normie and apologized for keeping him waiting for so long. The old man asked with concern in his voice what had happened to his grandson Hugh, and the Dragon Queen looked with a smile at Amami, who had come outside. The doctor told Namem that Hugh was now safe and sleeping peacefully. Saya looked at the master with admiration and thought that this man had dealt with such dangerous evil spirits and that someday she too would become like him. Nino laughed joyfully and the old man shook his finger at him and told him to laugh more quietly because he might wake up Hugh. The old man also turned to the doctor and apologized for calling him a young man, but now he would never forget his kindness. From now on, she will always rely on him, and the doctor replied that the feeling was mutual, and with that, the appendix removal operation could be considered complete. All the dwarves held a celebration where they drank to Hugh's speedy recovery, to Dr. Amami, and to the success of the hospital's construction. Saya, wearing the clothes given to her by Shea, quietly chanted special spells. Karon turned to her and said that it was good work of hers. The healer replied sheepishly that she was doing everything in her power. But Karon asked her not to be modest. The owner was also very pleased with her. It was thanks to her magic that the inflammation was stopped. Normam leaned over his grandson and asked him how his stomach felt, and Hugh replied that the pain was completely gone and he felt just fine. The old man bowed and thanked everyone involved in the operation for their help, because he himself would not have been able to help Hugh. It was clear that his gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. At this time, Alec entered the room and asked if Dr. Amami was here. The dragon asked the old man if he was already celebrating his grandson's recovery, but the dwarf replied that he had no time for alcohol yet. He was still worried that something might happen to Hugh. First, he would build a magnificent hospital for Dr. Amami, the likes of which had never been seen in this world, and then he could have a good drink. The old man, when the dragon asked about the doctor, replied that he had sent him to rest, albeit for the sake of his grandson, but after the operation, Amami threw himself back into work. Karon thanked Normama for making him go home, as he could barely stand on his feet. Alec went to Amami's room and saw him at work, the room smelling terrible from his latest experiment. The dragon picked him up and carried him to bed, although Amami objected and said that he wanted to work on the soap some more, but Alec was adamant and told him to sleep. The dragon stated that of course there were things that only he could do, but that didn't mean that he should now take the rap for everyone. Did he really not trust them that much? The doctor should rely on him and the others. Amami thanked Alec and apologized for making him worry. He thinks he panicked. Alec stared at his friend in surprise, and Yuito admitted that while he was treating Hugh, he had been wondering if it was really appendicitis, and he wasn't entirely sure that the treatment would be suitable for him. His knowledge is meant for the world he came from, and although their worlds are very similar, in reality everything needs to be double-checked, which is why he must do everything in his power. If their current success is due to simple luck, then they can't be sure that everything will be fine in the future. And what if something goes wrong next time? Alec replied seriously that he didn't care. If Amami doesn't cure him, then no one else will, so if the doctor can't do it, he won't regret it, nor will he hold a grudge against him. Amami shouldn't worry about it so much because he's worried about him. Amami thanked Alec, and at that moment someone knocked on the door of the house located in this world. It was a man. The owner opened the door and greeted Mr. Lan. Lan Akazes asked the man in glasses about the news, and he replied that after the recent hype, unflattering reviews about them were heard from everywhere. However, he doesn't think that this will be a problem for them. He worked hard to get this information, and Zes asked him to get down to business. He asked, "What about the leak of healing magic?" The man replied that he believed they had a different problem now. According to rumors, Kernelson had been left alone and not even touched. Zes exclaimed in surprise, why did they leave the healer mage alone? His interlocutor took a notebook out of his pocket and read a few phrases. Be sure to wash your hands before eating, drink boiled water, and Zes asked him irritably, what is this? The man with glasses stated that, according to the queen, this should replace healing magic. This country is on the brink of change, and soon they will no longer need healing magic. Rome, the spider girl, handed Amami the jacket and said that she made it for him, and Corona exclaimed in admiration that it looked just like the clothes that the owner always wore. Rome stated that her leg no longer hurt, and she also expressed great satisfaction that this world was warm and had delicious food, while the doctor noted that the steroid ointment had cured her leg and worked just fine. Rim confidently said that she and her spiderlings wanted to stay here, and then they would sew even more clothes. The girl, with hope in her eyes, turned to Yuito with a request to stay here. Amami, in turn, turned his gaze to the princess, who replied that, of course, Rim would be given a warm welcome in the hollow of the world tree, and she would convey this news to the queen immediately. And after these words, Rim screamed joyfully and jumped up. At that moment, Alec entered the room, startling the spider girl who was still afraid of the dragon, and he reminded Amami that it was time for the lecture to begin. Residents of the World Tree Country were gathering outside, knowing that the time had come for the opening of the lecture by the wizard Amami. Security guards carefully checked citizens' bags to ensure complete safety. Someone expressed a wish that there would be Yujits in the large crowd of people. These are guys who can see through objects. They could see everything that is inside the residents' bags. The guard remarked that he had never seen anything like it in the World Tree and urged his subordinates to examine everything carefully, because it would be bad if something happened today. However, the World Tree was visited by its neighbors from the Land of Night. They were the vampires who arrived yesterday, and they became interested when they heard about Amami's open lecture and were invited to it too. Seiya asked Alec in surprise if he was really going to tell even foreigners about their healing magic. They would then be left penniless. Was it worth sharing the knowledge with them? The dragon confidently replied that it was certainly worth it. The open lecture would be held in order to pass on the knowledge to others, and Amami wanted to spread it as far as possible. If Amami's words could keep people alive in difficult times, then he didn't see anything wrong with that, and Seiya agreed with Alec's words, while Yuito, meanwhile, was already ready to begin his lecture. Amami warmly greeted the assembled group and thanked them for coming. Then the doctor announced that he wanted to be here today so that everyone could learn more about bacteria. The doctor turned to Hugh and asked him if he remembered what bacteria were, and the boy replied that they were the ones that made his stomach hurt. They were mean guys and so small that you couldn't even see them. Amami praised him for the correct answer and said that he had asked Norman to create tools that would allow them to be seen now. The doctor was asked if they could not be seen, then how could they be treated, and Amami said that this was a good question, and then he showed a flask with a cloudy liquid and asked everyone to look at it. The doctor explained that the flask contained meat soup, which he had prepared a few days ago especially for this experiment. Al sniffed the air and declared that this soup smelled terribly and looked bad. The doctor explained that this was because a lot of bacteria had gotten into it and had multiplied greatly, and now everyone could see their effects. El asked Amami, so it's true that your stomach starts hurting when you eat something old, and it's also the fault of these bacteria. The doctor agreed with Al's words and ordered everyone to look at another flask with soup, which was in a strange glass thing that the master himself had made. Seiya noticed and said that this meat soup looked absolutely normal. Yuito confirmed her words and said that this meat soup, prepared at the same time, was placed in a swan neck flask, which is difficult for bacteria to penetrate. The neck of this flask is thin, long, and curved, and soup cooked in the flask has shown remarkable resistance to spoilage due to the limited airflow and the long, thin tube, which makes it difficult for bacteria to enter. Al told the doctor that they don't have these swan neck flasks, but Amami said that the flask is not the only way to keep the product fresh. They can store it at low temperatures or soak it in water containing salt or store it in an airtight space. There are many ways to limit the amount of bacteria in food. Norman rose from his seat and said that he now understood why salted meat lasted so long. Amami nodded his head and said that there were bacteria around all of them that were invisible, and now they had to understand that they would multiply everywhere unless they took some measures to stop the excess bacteria from entering their bodies. Rim asked the doctor if he was talking about washing hands. Amami happily exclaimed that this was exactly what he wanted to hear. In order to reduce the amount of bacteria as much as possible, they really should wash their hands. He immediately stopped short, looking at the diversity in the physical structure of the creatures of the different races gathered for the lecture. The doctor recovered and said that they should wash whatever they usually use to handle food, and it is advisable to do this with running water. Norman grunted approvingly and said that next time he would do the same. Obviously, it would keep the disease at bay. All the listeners expressed sincere gratitude to the doctor for the interesting lecture. The representative of the country of night clapped her hands and said that this doctor was a very interesting person. Costa said that they could hardly allow this man to do as he pleased, since they, humans, stood above other races thanks to their monopoly on healing magic. Zess angrily stated that he thought this would cause a disaster like no other, and they should report it to the church immediately. Archbishop Axel needs to know about this urgently. The girl fell dangerously to the ground, and a girl named Cesla helped her up and asked her to be careful, along the way making a remark to the men who were supposed to keep an eye on her. Cecila asked the girl Lena not to go far from those looking after her. At this time, a man with a scar on his face approached the girl and thanked his sister for her help, saying that as soon as he looked away from Lena, she simply disappeared, and when the girl asked if he was the father, he replied that he was just a local man. Cecila noticed that there were too many people here and asked the stranger what had happened here, and the man with the scar replied that he had not been there for a long time. Cecila heard Lena call someone Brother Marsh and started running. The stranger asked the girl what she was doing in these slums and what she wanted. He owed Mr. Marsh a lot, and if she was looking for trouble, he would have to ask her to leave. Cecila asked the man with the scar how he could say such things to such a cutie, since she was just walking around here. A little boy approached a man named Marsh and said that he had fallen and hurt himself, and that he was in a lot of pain. Marsh touched the wound on the boy's leg with his hand and told him that he would fix everything now, and began to read the spell. It was an ancient spell with a very complex and strange meaning. After a while, the wound on the boy's leg stopped hurting, and Marsh asked him not to fall again. A man with a scar named Agro approached Marsh and said that using healing magic for a scratch was simply unreasonable, since they couldn't even pay him for the job. Marsh replied that they shouldn't worry about it. He was not a healer from the church, but was doing what he wanted. Agro bowed and declared that they all owed him a lot, at which time it was announced that dinner was ready. Marsh saw that the slums were nice and lively, and the man with the scar replied that it was all thanks to Mr. Marsh. The residents brought Marsh food, but he refused and said that he would stand in line with the others. Agro told the young man that they had begun to feel indebted to him ever since he had cured that disease, because the curse that was passed from person to person was so frightening. These people would never go to the red light district again. Marsh tasted the food that was being distributed to the needy and found it to be very tasty. It seemed like Atna had put her whole soul into cooking, wanting people to have at least some good food. Agro said that if it weren't for Marsh, things would have probably been bad, because in his entire life he had never seen anyone completely cured of the curse of the burnt face. Marsh laughed and said that he was praising him too much. Any of the priests of the church could have cured this disease with the help of purification, and he healed not only by force alone, but thanks to holy water. It was erysipelas, a disease affecting the skin of the face or ears caused by beta-hemolytic streptococcus, but the man with the scar did not know this and said that no one would help the poor. They had never even seen holy water before. If there weren't 6 stars here, everything could have turned out differently. The 6 stars that worked directly for the great Archbishop Axel, he heard, some of them wander around healing the poor and unfortunate, just like Mr. Marsh. If this is true, they must be quite eccentric. Did Mr. Marsh meet this Axel when he attended church? To which Marsh replied that he did not know him and had never even crossed paths with him. Suddenly, people appeared on their way, one of whom said that they had come from the church after receiving a report of illegal and blasphemous treatment. This man in the high hat said that he was a priest and acted in the name of God, so the people of the slums should hand over this dirty underground doctor to him. Agro felt sorry that Marsh was unfamiliar with the bishop, but he hoped that a priest in their area might do something else. Meanwhile, Byrne demanded that the residents immediately obey and hand over the criminal. The beggar stood silently and looked at the indignant priest. A vile, vengeful smile spread across Byrne's face. Then his nose wrinkled in disgust and he walked out of the crowd, declaring that the people here stunk. Byrne came across Atna, who had shielded the girl with her body. Byrne grabbed the girl by the throat and ordered her not to get in the priest's way. Seeing this, Marsh tried to stop Byrne, but Agro told him not to do so because if the church found him, it would not end well. They would simply arrest him and execute him for illegal treatment, but Marsh asked to let him go because Agro himself did not believe that everything would work out. Without letting go of the girl, Byrne shouted that he felt it right now. It is the smell of holy water, and they, the true followers of God, will never treat these simple and rude people, and yet he feels the smell of holy water on Atna's face. This smell is evidence and they will not fool them anymore, so they must immediately bring the culprit to him. If they refuse to do this, then this girl will be the first to be hanged here for heresy. Saul turned to Fia and asked if maybe he should go with her too. The girl asked him to leave her alone and just do his job, but he objected and reminded her that they were partners in the 6 stars and she shouldn't forget about it. Komet came out from around the corner to meet them and asked his partners why they were making so much noise and what had happened. Saul told him about the slums and the red light district because the holy water that had been discussed recently required production space and human resources, and it was in that area that there was plenty of land and labor. Komet dismissively replied that this was pure nonsense, that all everyone was concerned about lately was this holy water. Saul asked him not to insult their archbishop. Was that all he could think of? Komet replied that a curse was currently gaining momentum in the area, especially among prostitutes, and knowing his strange tastes, he thought that sooner or later the archbishop would ask them to deal with it. Saul asked his interlocutor if he really knew so much about prostitutes, and Komet dismissively replied that he was making him laugh. It was just that Saul knew little about the world. Fia couldn't stand to be around these disputants any longer and said that she was leaving, and they had probably also been given a task and they could begin to carry it out. Saul wanted to stop the girl, but Komet asked his comrade not to worry because the hooligans from the slums wouldn't stand a second against Fia. More importantly, what was their archbishop doing now? Meanwhile, Byrne continued to hold Atna by the throat, and suddenly someone told him to hold his horses. It was Fia who said that she could not turn a blind eye to Byrne's behavior, which was unbecoming of a priest. Byrne asked the girl how she dared to talk like that and whether she was the fraudulent healer. People tried to persuade the priest not to torture Atna and to let her go, and Byrne finally recognized Madame Fia from the 6 stars and said that she, of course, would not come to this dirty place for treatment. Fia asked him if that was the case, was it a problem for him, and after these words the priest ordered his people to leave from here. Agro bowed and turning to Fia said that he could not have imagined that she was one of the 6 stars and was now saving them for the 2nd time, and the girl asked him to just not worry about it. Marsh meanwhile cast a spell, casting a healing spell on the injured leg of Atna's child. Then he offered to examine the girl herself and asked her not to be shy. Then Fia approached him and asked if Mr. Unlicensed would like to take a little walk with her because they needed to discuss a few things. Marsh stopped Agro's protest and asked him not to worry. He said that he could trust this girl and it was just a simple walk. Besides, guys should never neglect girls' invitations. They went to a deserted place and Fia asked Marsh what his real purpose was, since he sent her here for a specific reason. The young man replied that the task he had been given was the real goal, but that his goal was also to talk to her like this, alone, because in this place the papacy would not be able to hear them. As for the other goal, he wants to offer her another job, since a fish rots from the head, let her lend him her strength. Fia noticed that in difficult times like these, he was very polite. His words usually reached her through other people or in writing, and Marsh asked the girl for an apology. Byrne's henchmen were very angry and cursed this 6-star bitch with all their might. The priest reassured them and stated that, after all, the real problem was the rogue wizard who God knew would be around for how long, and if it was just a momentary whim of the 6 stars, then it wouldn't be difficult to continue the plan. Of course, this was a whim of these children, and they just want attention and recognition for their alms. This will not last long. While Father Byrne was sitting in his study, Sir Bascom came in and the priest ordered the servant to let him in. Byrne approached Bascom and said that his product was very effective, and Bascom asked how far the plan had progressed. After all, he must take possession of that land at any cost, because they couldn't find better land, and in the red light district, Marsh and Agro were walking, the latter lamenting the fact that not long ago this had been a lively town. Marsh asked Agro why there were so many tents here, and his interlocutor replied that brothels were unpopular these days, they had to operate independently, and the curse was to blame for everything. The entire area is gradually turning into ruins. The owners of not only brothels but also other establishments, as well as ordinary citizens, not wanting to be near the curse, fled from here. If the curse is not stopped, this whole place will become useless to anyone. Then Agro asked Marsh why they came to the red light district. Did the sister from the 6 stars really tell him something about the curse? The young man replied that the purpose of his visit here was to heal as many people as possible to the best of his ability, and the girl from the 6 stars warned him about the situation. He should apologize for asking him to keep him company, but Agro replied that he would do anything for him, although he was a little worried about his sister. When Agro entered the room, he almost got hit by Sister Nora, who did not recognize him at first. She was surprised by his appearance in her sister's brothel, and she found it disgusting. She asked Agro why he came. Following Agro, Marsh entered the establishment, and Nora, deciding that it was a client, broke into a smile, and he said that he saw how well the brother and sister got along, and Agro realized that the young man had heard their squabble. Nora stared at the client in confusion. Syphilis is a sexually transmitted disease caused by the bacterium Treponema pallidum, which is transmitted through small wounds on the mucous membranes of the skin, primarily during sexual intercourse. In later stages, rashes, hardening, and ulcers may be observed in the affected area, which is exactly what appeared around Nora's lips. The brother asked his sister to tell this gentleman about the recent strange things because he came to find out what was going on here, but Marsh said that he would first cure Nora. He began to recite the spell, and many historical figures suffered from syphilis, including Franz Schubert, Al Capone, Friedrich Nietzsche, Vincent van Gogh, and Kato Kiyomasa. Despite various studies of syphilis in history, its origin is still unclear, and according to theories based on European history, it spread quickly throughout Europe among the French troops besieging Naples in 1495, killing 5 million people. Nora soon saw that her swelling had gone down, and Marsh stated that she probably had no pain or itching, but if things had continued like this, at worst the curse could have developed and killed her. Marsh admitted that he wanted to know how quickly the curse progressed. The young man asked Nora if she had this red rash on her palms and feet, and the girl confirmed his guess. She decided that the rash had already gone away but asked Mr. Marsh to check it, but he apologized and said that then Agro would have a stroke. Nora reported that something had changed in one day. Then men came whom she had never seen before, and they spent several days here, and the curse began to spread soon after. She regrets it. She thought it was strange, but she didn't show it, and so next time she tried to send them away. The same thing happened to the other prostitutes, and eventually word spread about the curse of the red light district, and they were finished off, with Agro exclaiming that it was his fault, because if only he had money, everything could have been different. His sister pointed out his scarred face and said that when there was a fight, he always came to the rescue and shielded someone, which always resulted in him getting hurt. She knows how hard he works, and therefore he doesn't need to apologize for anything, and besides, it's disgusting brother and sister licking each other's wounds. Marsh looked at his brother and sister with a smile and declared that everything would be fine. He would do something about all this mess. Arch put the report on the table and told Fia that now he understood that everything was exactly as she said. Lately there have been reports of escaped slaves being captured in areas near the slums, and if they were trying to hide somewhere, the slums would be the best place, and that's strange. Fia replied that there was a reason they didn't go to the slums, and Arch added that the fugitives don't reveal their identities because they're afraid of being sent back. The person who is on good terms with Axel is the slave trader Bascom, and he should talk to him first. This will be a reason to check him out. Cursing people and even spreading the curse all over the world is simply disgusting, and the person behind all this has some purpose. Via suggested that she had an idea of this purpose. The new city in that area is approaching the slum like a tsunami, and against the backdrop of its development, the slum's stagnation is a source of bewilderment. What if they decided to take over these lands on the cheap, weakening the slum dwellers, gradually reducing their numbers, carefully hiding it because their meanness knows no bounds? The Archbishop's order was to go with Arch and catch the ringleader. Her interlocutor agreed with the girl and said that Mr. Axel was currently absent and he intended to hand over this matter to Cardinal Sichlarb. But why did she say that we need to act starting the day after tomorrow? Via replied that this was part of the master's instructions. Byrne turned to Sir Bascom and reminded him that this was the second time he had visited him today, so what had happened? The slave trader replied that everything was very bad, and the day after tomorrow the priest of the 6 stars, Arch, would come to check and thwart their plan. The head of the 6 stars, Archbishop Eccles, warned him, and you couldn't find a more greedy person in the world. It was not for nothing that he gave him so much gold back then. Byrne exclaimed with joy, so this meant that the Archbishop had been on their side all this time. This was to be expected, although they were unable to stop the process within the papal curia, but they did manage to delay everything for 2 days. Bascom hissed that they had to find a way to sort this out by tomorrow, and Father Byrne's men volunteered to stage a couple of suspicious deaths in the slums as a lesson to them for the fools the 6 stars had made of them. Byrne thought this was a great idea and told them to eliminate the inspector and the inspector itself, although there was an even simpler way. If it has come to this, then the best thing to do is just throw everything into the flames without leaving any evidence or witnesses. You just need to burn everything. Inspection is meaningless without the object of inspection, true purification, surpassing all purification magic. They will cleanse this land with fire. Bascom was glad of Father Byrne's decision because, indeed, if no evidence or witnesses were found, some suspicions might still remain, but it was a cheap and quick solution. The Holy Father stated that Bascom was so kind that inspiration descended upon him. The slave trader said he was impressed by how quickly he burned those damned slaves, preventing them from infecting other people. He thanked Byrne and said that they do not sell defective products and do not release them into the wild. This is their style. Byrne said that he would then bring smelling water, suitable for burning slaves, but they needed to hurry. They must study where and how to spread the fire tomorrow. We need to make sure that everything has burned to the ground. The day before the 6-star Arches examination, Fia told Sister Agro that holy water was very effective in fighting the curse of the brothel district, and that it could be obtained from the fruit of the tree, and Nora happily asked if they could really make it themselves. The prostitutes assured her that this would be the case and that was why they were there, since they had the ingredients. It meant they could make water, and if they did it, their boss would definitely buy it. He also said that the surplus could be kept for themselves, and Nora, having plucked a fruit from the tree, exclaimed that she could not believe that this little fruit would become their salvation. Nora announced that she would go prepare water, and invited all the girls to join in. Fia asked permission to put her things here, and Nora thanked her for her help. Fia asked the girls not to worry about the curse because they would check everything here thoroughly. Marsh added that he would like to study the effects of the curse more thoroughly and asked for permission to examine all the girls, for which they were very grateful. They were confident that now the city would certainly come to life again. The girls began making holy water with extraordinary zeal. It was a lot of fun. They showed the first sample to Mr. Marsh, and he praised them. The smell of this water was a little strange, but it was worth it. They couldn't even believe that they themselves were able to make something so valuable right here. Meanwhile, Priest Byrne's fighters went to Nora's house. They believed that if the prostitutes did not engage in prostitution, the curse would not spread, but if they had holy water, no one would die. They decided that they should help them all get properly warmed up. The bandits took their places in the darkness of the slums. Byrne yelled at one of the fighters to be more careful in his movements. If these whores or the girl from the 6 stars found out about their operation, then everything would be over. He complained that he was having a hard time with his incompetent henchmen. If the operation was successful, they would hit the jackpot and that big-nosed old man would literally blind them with gold. And then all that would remain was to show off a little in front of the clergy and get a better position for themselves. But for now they had to spray everything they could hear with this flammable water. This is their real path to success, and they need to be careful so that no one notices them. Finally, they chose a place from which to start the fire. Soon the first tongues of flame engulfed one of the houses on the outskirts. On the balcony of the temple, people in holy vestments rejoiced that everything had finally begun, and the wondrous lights of light illuminated the path to their future. The fire's immediate leader, Father Byrne, was also happy about it, but suddenly people appeared in its path. They were the girls from the brothels, Agro and Fia, and the frightened priest tried to prove his innocence in the fire. But the girl from the 6 stars said that he wouldn't be able to do that with all the tanks of oil on their backs, and they had already taken care of the people. Byrne angrily exclaimed that it was even easier this way. After all, they were just a bunch of useless women who didn't possess a drop of simpleton magic. The Holy Father ordered his henchmen to take them. Nora told Byrne that she had heard that there was suspicion about a dirty trick on their part with the bad water, but she decided to let them carry out their plan. Mr. Marsh told them that if they let it go now, they would just come back later and bring them more trouble, so they had to force them to commit a crime that they could never get away with. Even if it means putting their own expensive home on the line, holy water, after all, can be created anywhere. Byrne laughed and said that he could still save himself. He just needed to protect himself with magic and dissolve in the flames. The priest spread his arms out to the sides, using magic. But suddenly Byrne felt a cooling magic that was very powerful. He realized that this was the illegal healer, and Marsh, who was in front of him, asked him if he really still didn't understand who was standing in front of him. Marsh's magic was so powerful that ice appeared in the air. Byrne felt an unbearable cold from the gaze of this young man. He trembled all over and saw before him the 5 horns and 5 birthmarks that belonged to Archbishop Eccles, so he was glad that the Archbishop himself was on his side. Then he turned his attention to the girls and Argo, standing silently nearby. Eccles asked Byrne why he was picking fights with these girls here, and it was apparently time to cool his ardor a little. Byrne asked in horror if he was going to betray them, if he was going to betray Lord Bascom too. Axel replied that Art should have arrested him by now. Byrne, perplexed, exclaimed that this was nonsense. The inspection was supposed to begin only tomorrow, but the Archbishop replied that yesterday he had given one order to the 6 stars. It stated that if they were to act, they would do so starting the day after tomorrow, but if they received word from him by tomorrow night, they should move out immediately. Byrne understood everything, and Axel said that they should not just burn out the curse, but dispel it. Heaven's punishment is not always swift, but it is inevitable, and Byrne will have time to reflect on his crimes before the execution he intends to witness. The Tuskegee syphilis experiment, conducted in Alabama from 1932 to 1972 under the direction of the U.S. Public Health Service, has gone down in history as a flagrant incident of inhumane experimentation involving human subjects and a grave violation of medical ethics. The Archbishop thanked the general and the church army for their prompt and decisive measures. The general replied that his will was carried out by their hands. Fia turned to Axel and asked if he wasn't the one who finally caught the bastard, and he replied that nothing of the sort happened. It all happened thanks to her. Byrne planned to use the bad water given to him by Bascom, but she was able to figure out his plan, so he is very grateful to her. Argo could not now decide how to address the Archbishop, Mr. Marsh, or His Grace, but he still thanked him for everything. Axel said he was perfectly happy with the previous version of the appeal and apologized for hiding his identity, but the church was too much trouble. However, now that the threat has passed and it was an excellent job, he suggests discussing plans for the near future tomorrow. After some time in this area where such amazing events had recently taken place, something incredible happened. After taking holy water, the patients felt that all the symptoms of the curse had disappeared. Now everything was great, and life was gradually getting better. Axel asked Argo and Nora how their business was going, and they replied that they were making holy water for the new city, while the Archbishop said that he was going to establish a plantation in the red light district. He thinks that it would be nice to sow an entire field. Now he even goes into the forest for the sake of these fruits. But if they are right at hand, it will undoubtedly be much more convenient. He will try to get everything set up as quickly as possible. Agro noted that their world was undoubtedly gloomy, but they were filled with sincere gratitude for his mercy. Axel replied that he should thank Agro for his help. All three suddenly laughed sincerely, and their faces were bright and joyful. Via asked the Archbishop, so his plan had ultimately succeeded. Axel replied that they had managed to improve the situation with the supply of holy water, eliminate the unrest, and provide those in need with their daily bread. And although many obstacles arose, the main goal had still been achieved, and the funds confiscated from Bascom would also be useful. This makes the Red Light District a starting point for illuminating the future of all humanity. Of course, it would be impossible to cure these girls without healing magic, but considering that they don't have a single healing mage here, magic alone is certainly not enough. Fia noted that the unfinished healing magic was a heretical theory that denied the God-Maker. The name Holy Water itself was misleading, but it had nothing to do with magic. There was a fear that someone might find out how things really were, and Axel sighed heavily and apologized for dragging her into all of this. But his goal is to save as many members of humanity as possible, and he is willing to remove any obstacles along the way, even if it means playing the role of the church's watchdog. He added that this task was truly on the verge of the impossible, but was she ready to continue to accompany him on this path? To which the girl replied that she was ready to follow the master. The weak are oppressed, such is the law of nature, and in the old days, powerless people fled in fear from all its manifestations. Half-humans, demons, and dragons, the Lord took pity, endowing them with one of his miracles, healing magic. And when an all-consuming plague fell upon the world, they became the dominant species. Some considered them to be messengers of God himself and rightful rulers of the world. God gave people healing magic not at all so that they would become proud. At the same time, God did not want to deprive people of his gift but condemn them to education. So to counteract the dominance of humans, God decided to give the other races something different. The power of knowledge accessible to every rational being that does not violate the laws of nature. And this is the story of a world that found its way to a brighter future thanks to her. Amami looked at the container made by Master Normum and was amazed by the perfection of its forms. He told Corona, Juno, and Maillard that the hospital needed a standard system of measures and weights, and this sample had sides that were 10 centimeters long and a volume of 1 liter. and all this was thanks to the master. Yuito added that it was a little different from what they used in their world, but in a hospital, precise measurements were essential. Chancellor Maillard exclaimed that this sounded very fascinating and asked Amami to tell them about the units and methods of measurement common to his world. The doctor agreed and asked permission to learn from them and everything, to which Alex said with surprise, "Is that really why he came here?" The Chancellor apologized and said that they had a dinner party planned with representatives of the Night Country, who said that they would like to see Dr. Amami. What would he say to that? The doctor was slightly surprised, and Alex said that he would go to dinner only with him and he would act as a bodyguard. The dragon turned to Maillard and expressed hope that no surprises would happen there. Just then, representatives of the Night Country entered the room and greeted everyone present. They apologized to the Chancellor and said that they were very eager to meet Dr. Amami in person. Yuito asked the Chancellor if these were the guests from the Night Country. The first princess of the Night Kingdom introduced herself to the doctor and said that her name was Chloe. She expressed her joy at meeting him and looked forward to fruitful cooperation in the future. Amami Yuito also introduced himself to the princess. At dinner, the doctor asked the representatives of the Night Kingdom what this country looked like. Alec added that he had been there before and that during the day on their streets, to put it mildly, it was a bit cold and he was dying of boredom. Chloe replied that the very name of their country was quite telling, and if he was so thirsty for fun, then let him visit the kingdom of the night at night. Yuito asked the princess if she really liked the night that much. Chloe looked at the doctor in surprise and replied that the night was their cage and they only liked it because it protected them from the sun. The princess's escort added that vampires are a race cursed with vulnerability to the sun since ancient times, and therefore they have no choice but to stay awake at night. Amami asked what he meant by cursed with vulnerability to the sun. The vampire showed his hand with a sun rash, which usually occurs on exposed areas of the body exposed to strong ultraviolet radiation. He apologized for the unsightly sight and said that on the way here he had been careless enough to get exposed to the sun's rays, and the doctor realized that they had increased photosensitivity. The vampire continued and said that it was extremely dangerous for them to travel to a sun-drenched country, but Mistress Chloe had taken the risk anyway, so they sincerely hoped for their cooperation. The hollow of a tree, which was originally supposed to be shrouded in darkness, is illuminated by the glow of sparkling mushrooms, and within it live representatives of many races in harmony, including a kind-hearted human wizard, who sees this land as a treasure trove of unexplored possibilities. Chloe joined the conversation and stated that, however, they were forced to be locked in the darkness, and could they help them find a way to overcome this limitation. Karan looked meaningfully at her master, and Amami answered the princess that, of course, he would try to help. The dinner came to an end, and the participants had not touched anything, leaving meat, beans, and bread on the table. Amami asked Chloe what the people of their country usually eat, and the princess replied that their main food product is rumbu corn, which is their special crop. The princess turned to the old vampire accompanying her for confirmation of her words, and he said that this crop grows even in poor soil and they bake it or boil it. The doctor replied that he believed there was a way to cure them, but for now it was only a hypothetical possibility. Chloe looked very happy and asked him if it was true that he could cure the sun curse. Amami said thoughtfully that it might be pellagra, a metabolic disorder associated with a vitamin B3 deficiency, a photodermatosis that occurs on skin exposed to sunlight, causing erythematous patches, blisters, and ulcers, leaving behind pigmentation and atrophy. Pellagra is thought to have spread primarily to northern Italy and the Balkans after the Spanish introduced corn seeds to Europe, partly because preparation methods differed from the place of origin, or because the method was not sufficiently transmitted, leading to corn being eaten without being treated with alkaline water. This disease can be accompanied by gastrointestinal and neurological symptoms, and in particularly severe cases can lead to death. Chloe asked the doctor curiously if there was anything that could be done about this pellagra. Does this have anything to do with diet? Amami nodded his head in agreement and stated that this disease was mostly found in those who ate mainly corn. The old man accompanying the princess exclaimed that he could not have imagined that the reason lay in the rumba. Chloe noted that they don't have anything similar that they could distribute throughout the country, but rumba is the basis of their food supply, and Melina stated that she would like to help everyone in any way possible with the help of the world tree, but it is about feeding the entire country of the night, and she is afraid that there might be difficulties. Amami thought deeply and wondered what if he did it differently. They should start baking corn tortillas. To the surprised looks of those present, the doctor explained that corn treated with alkali is ground and fried, a method called nixtamalization, so the tortilla could just be what stabilized their diet. This method of processing corn and other grains using alkaline water, such as lime water, allows the body to synthesize vitamin B3 from tryptophan, which is essential for humans, since tryptophan is poorly absorbed when corn is consumed unless it is first treated with alkali. And tortillas, corn tortillas, are a typical dish made from nixtamalized corn. Chloe asked the doctor if they needed to do something about the rumbu, but she still didn't fully understand the details. She comes in and it's the only option they have, so she asks the doctor to teach them how to cook a tortilla properly. Then the doctor in the kitchen decided to teach the guests how to make tortillas. Caron encouraged everyone to work together on the cooking. Chloe told Amami that his abilities were approved by Queen Melina herself, but what about his apprentice Corona? Her country is undoubtedly in a difficult situation, but this does not mean that she should trust someone from the outside. Is her presence here so important? Amami firmly replied that Caron was smart and responsible, and could definitely be relied upon. The doctor assured Princess Chloe that she had no reason to worry about this. Chloe apologized to Corona for her disrespect, and Alec impatiently suggested that they get down to business. Amami said to first boil the corn in alkaline water, just like making soap. Alec wrinkled his nose and asked the doctor if the tortilla was really that smelly, but Amami reassured the dragon and said everything would be fine. Yuito asked Caron to turn over the hourglass and informed him that they had to wait 20 minutes. The doctor went on to say that usually after boiling the corn for 20 minutes, it is left overnight. But he had already taken care of it last night, and Chloe noticed that the rumba had become golden in color, and the doctor explained that this treatment softens the root vegetable, making the light more yellow. This is a sign that nixtamalization was successful. Alec looked at his friend reproachfully, realizing that he had been working since early morning and had hardly slept at all. Meanwhile, the doctor said that now the corn needed to be washed with water. Then it must be crushed and rubbed, a procedure Amami entrusted to Corona. The girl did it very well, and the doctor praised her, then took the prepared mixture and rolled it into a ball, and then turned it into a flat cake, rolling it out with a rolling pin. Amami fried the flatbread on both sides, and Alec remarked that the aroma from the dish was simply wonderful. Yuito baked a whole stack of flatbreads and placed them on the table, declaring that the dish was now ready, and those present, having tried it, found that although the taste was quite simple, the flatbreads were tender and sweet. Everyone noticed how interested Princess Chloe was in trying this new dish. She was amazed and surprised by the taste of this simple flatbread. The princess said she couldn't even believe that such delicious food was the source of their curse, and the doctor replied that he couldn't confirm this, but it couldn't be completely ruled out. The old vampire turned to Lady Chloe and said that there was a high probability that they were wasting their time. Did she really want to continue? And the girl replied that if the taste was just as wonderful, she was all for it, after which she thanked Mr. Amami again. Alec looked at the table with interest and asked Amami what else he had there, and the doctor replied that he had meat, spicy fruits, and leaves. He added ingredients that were as similar as possible to the tortilla to create the filling he was accustomed to. Yuito thought that making simple flatbreads was a bit boring, but this way he could add some variety to the taste, and the dragon asked the doctor if it was possible to do without this stench and bitterness, and Amami suggested that he try at least one first. Alec took the filled flatbread and tasted it. The dragon was surprised by the original taste, and Yuito promised to teach everyone how to cook it. Tega suddenly entered the room, and Alec asked him if he shouldn't be at the bar right now, and the bartender replied that something unusual had happened and he would like to distract Alec for a minute. A young man, a soldier from the land of night, was brought into the room, and the princess asked him why he was wounded, and the warrior apologized to Lady Chloe. He said that this country has amazing culture, and he got so drunk that he didn't notice the wall in his path and crashed into it. The soldier was very ashamed, and he was ready to wash away this shame one day. The doctor bent down to the wound on his arm and told him not to worry, this could happen to anyone. Amami, after examining it, said he couldn't say for sure, but it didn't look like the bone was broken. Caron turned to the owner and said that first the wound should be washed. The soldier asked her what she was doing, and the girl explained that the liquid was called saline and that it didn't sting the wound. Chloe, watching Koron's actions, thought that until now the use of healing magic by beastmen had been perceived with extreme skepticism, but such a clear demonstration left no more doubts. It was undoubtedly the mage's apprentice who was being talked about, and the princess apologized to Miss Corona for initially treating her with disdain. Chloe stated that she has an exceptional talent as a vampire who is unable to use healing magic. She even envies her. The girl replied that she wouldn't say that. Master Yuito had told her that anyone could master this technique with diligent effort. Until recently, she was just a captive slave, but now she is gradually adopting her master's experience. Chloe asked incredulously, could she really master healing magic? If only she could return to her homeland with such skills, it would make her incredibly happy. Chloe approached the doctor and asked him to make her his apprentice. The old vampire exclaimed indignantly that Lady Chloe was the princess of the land of night, and did she really think that the doctor would pass on the knowledge of healing magic to her, following the whim of his student? The doctor replied that not at all, he simply wanted as many inhabitants of this world as possible to learn the art of healing. The old man could not understand the actions of this man, and Amami asked the princess if she would mind becoming his student, and the girl replied that of course no. Chloe approached Master Amami and Corona and said that although she was new to this business, she hoped that they would work together. Amami said with a smile that he was looking forward to working together. Chloe laughed cheerfully in response. While Yuito, Karon, Yuno, and Chloe were studying, Lindworm approached the old vampire and asked him if he needed to babysit someone. The old man took off his mask and said that there was no need to tighten the membranes of bats that had already learned to fly. He turned to the Dragon Queen, calling her an ancient, fierce dragon, and asked if he was wrong, and Lindworm replied that they had not seen the pure-hearted ancestor Radu for a long time. Radu asked Lindworm, does she seem to care about that stranger? The Dragon Queen replied that if he had any ill intentions towards Yuito, she would have the power to stop it. The sincere ancestor laughed and said that he would not like to become her enemy. Unlike dragons, he was a peace-loving creature. Lindworm asked Rada why he needed to play the role of the princess's old servant and get close to Yuito and the others, and he replied that he was nothing more than a grandfather now. Radu stated that he had no malicious intent, such was his virtue, a heart without lies and falsehood, and Lindworm noted that he was the last one who could say that, to which Radu added that this guy has a bodyguard who accompanies him all the time. This is the Ancient One, the slime that is constantly on Amami's head. He would definitely sense something bad on his part and therefore remained on guard. No matter what the circumstances, the last thing he wants is to become his enemy. Doesn't she think so too? Lindworm didn't deny it. She asked Radu how his introduction to Yuito had gone, and he replied that he had considered the possibility that the healer mage, under the patronage of the Holy See, was plotting to seize control of the World Tree, but quickly realized that he was not currying favor with them. He will take advantage of Lindworm's kindness and try to forget past grievances for a while. The Dragon Queen replied that for now she would believe Radu Lest's words, after which she turned and walked away. Radu thought with respect that this Lindworm had turned her back on him. Radu looked at the night sky. He thought that this beautiful night had given them new opportunities, and he would not stain it with blood in vain. Meanwhile, Karon began training Chloe. The princess practiced tying knots with both hands. Karon noted that Chloe is doing a great job, especially considering that medical school in Japan takes 6 years, and upon completion, graduates are required to complete at least 2 years of clinical training. The only exceptions are those who choose to pursue research or areas of medicine that don't involve direct patient contact. Doctors who undergo this stage of training are called resident doctors. The basis for the creation of the resident doctor system was the internship system introduced in 1947, but it was used by students in their final year of study, and therefore before passing the national medical examination and obtaining a medical license. Chloe looked closely at her knot and the knot that Karon had made. The princess said that she still couldn't do it as neatly and quickly as she did, and Karon replied that she herself still had room to grow. Only after Rome gave them threads, she was able to practice properly, and Chloe asked, "Who is Rome?" Karon showed a box of needles and thread. She reported that one night when the construction of the hospital could not be carried out, Hugh and Master Normum did it for Amami, and Rim gave the threads. Hugh then handed over these needles, which are needed for the sick and suffering, and the crown took this box in place of the owner. Chloe asked Karon where Dr. Amami was now, and the girl took her to the construction site. This was a real cool thing. The hospital building promised to be a success. Construction work was in full swing there. Amami stated that the building was already amazing, and Alec asked why it was so gigantic, and Normum explained that he only did what was necessary after carefully discussing the details with the doctor. Right now, he is setting up a wonderful room called a lecture hall. The doctor explained that this was a place where open classes and conferences could be held at any time, but Alex said that they could be held outside, so why did he need a hall? Amami objected and said that not everything could be done outside, and he believed that he would need this room very soon, since medicine was based on 3 pillars. One is practice, in other words, treatment and care of the sick. The other 2 are research and teaching. Research in this case means the search for adequate and sustainable methods of treating the inhabitants of this world. Take the broadcast, for example, because that day he had no choice but to rely on Shea's experience. And in the future, he wanted to carefully study and record what dosage was appropriate for each race, age, and body type. Melanie suggested that if that was the case, then they might also have to study the leaves of the world tree, and the doctor completely agreed with her. Maillard approached Amami and said that in addition to what the world tree had to offer, she noticed that his supplies were running low, and how did he intend to solve this problem? The doctor replied that the master and Alec had made a lot for him and their help had been very helpful, but the situation as a whole continued to worsen. So he researches each race, finding out what they can offer him along the way, and all these tasks fall under the research section, and Alec reminded the doctor that he hasn't figured out the soap yet. The doctor then said that there are still many things he cannot do alone, which is why he wants to pass on his clinical research knowledge to as many people as possible. This is why he needs an audience, and he relies on Master Normum in this matter. Meanwhile, in one of the halls of the temple, a lecture for priests was beginning. The lecturer told the audience that if they wanted to practice healing magic, they must master the 4 methods of examination. Examination, auscultation, questioning, and palpation. He decided to start with palpation. It begins with an examination of the abdominal cavity. Here the lecturer felt the abdomen of Deacon Pillis and said that the abdominal press was a little weakened, and gurgling sounds were heard below the solar plexus. In such cases, there is often a curse, clearly visible when examining the tongue. One of the students, Deacon Kynan, wanted to share what he understood from the lecture. Kynan raised his hand and stated that he believed the sign the teacher was talking about was the rather noticeable teeth marks on the tongue. Lecturer Saul asked the student again, so these symptoms are accompanied by teeth marks on the tongue. Kynan confirmed this statement, and the lecturer declared that this was the correct answer. Deacon Kynan was right. Everyone applauded Deacon Kinana's knowledge and admired him for being such an expert. Then Bishop Saul turned to Deacon Peel and asked him if he had been bothered by any swelling or stomach upset lately. The deacon recalled that this had happened to him, and Saul declared that it was all the result of the curse, that water began to stagnate in the body, and that he had to give his stomach and intestines a rest, otherwise he would end up infecting everyone around him. A curse can manifest itself in different ways on different parts of the body, and healing magic is the best magic. But they must remember that without collecting information and making the right decision, it will not be possible to exorcise evil spirits. After the lecture ended, Deacon Kynan approached Bishop Saul and asked permission to ask a question. Kynan asked Saul if the patient had a muscular stomach or was fatter than Deacon Pillis. He thought the sensations during abdominal examination would be different, and what should be done in that case. The bishop replied that it was a good question and that there was individual variation in curses. There is a technique where the patient bends their knees to relieve tension in the abdomen and allow the examination to be performed. Kynan replied that other bishops had said that the examination of the abdomen was always carried out with the knees straightened, and this was the first time he had heard of the exorcism of evil spirits being carried out differently. Saul told the young man that he could learn more from Archbishop Eccles because he had a truly unique perspective. Saul came across Comet, who told him that he seemed to have already gotten used to the role of a teacher. The things they are accustomed to are meaningless to others, but is Saul sure that it is worth continuing further? To which he replied that nothing can be done here. Eccles' method of studying and fighting evil spirits differs from the traditional one and is known only to a select few. This would help them avoid any friction with the cardinal, and Comet noted that politics was a real pain in the ass. And the 2 that Zess went to were probably sent by Cardinal Sislarp to keep their archbishop under surveillance, and Zess is not in the habit of holding back, and he hopes that this will not turn into another problem because Zess will not fail. And Zess at this time, being in the hollow of the world tree, was thinking that this country had definitely changed for the better. Could it really be that this young man Amami had such an influence on them? He asked Costa whether the preparations were already complete and asked, looking at his 5 henchmen, whether these 5 were his subordinates. He replied that they were dark elf mercenaries and no one should suspect the church. He also edited the records to indicate that he had already left the country. Suddenly, a fire of incredible power erupted behind the mercenaries. No one could understand what was going on, and Zess said that the main goal was to save or kill Kernelson, as well as capture that fake healer. He ordered the operation to begin, and Lindworm, seeing the fire, asked herself, weren't these guests from the night country? A terrible fire started, and Alec was told that things were really bad. Taking the form of a dragon, he ordered that Teg be called here because he would be useful. And Yuito ordered that they immediately go to the castle because the wounded would soon appear and he would bring them to him. Normim noticed that these were not the sounds of fire magic, but a real bomb had exploded, and it looked like the enemies were preparing the next one. Melina approached Chancellor May and asked her to notify the Elven Guard about what had happened, to order them to begin evacuating residents and searching for survivors, and to also tell them about the bomb. Ainbeb moved on Amami's head and he said that his water magic would definitely be able to stop the fire and the slime should go there. Also, the forest god was also ready to fight. Seiya invited Amami to go with her to the castle, and Master Normim and his guys decided to defend the hospital building. Alec was soon informed that the surrounding residents had been safely evacuated. However, the fire continues to spread. Alec stated that in his dragon form he would trample everything in the area, but in his human form he would not be able to release any more power. At this rate, the fire cannot be stopped, and therefore there is no choice but to bring down rain before it is too late. Tega, watching the powerful water magic of the ancient slime, admired the grandeur of this action. Ainbeb was impeccable as always. Alec ordered to find out if anyone was hurt by the fire, but he was told that no one could live nearby, and the dragon asked how the fire started. Soon another explosion was heard, and it came from the direction of the castle. A masked figure of a stranger appeared in front of Kernelson and greeted the priest. The magician asked who they were and what was going on here, and besides, he was a priest and they should treat him with respect. At this time, a knight with a sword appeared in front of the people in hoods and masks, who asked them what they were doing here. Amami, Yuno, and Seiya heard the explosion in the castle and tried to go there. But their way was blocked by Zess and 2 mercenaries, who greeted Princess Yuna, Deaconess Seiya, and the swindler Amami. The serenity of the day, broken by the sounds of explosions, turned into a violent confrontation with people. The warrior in prison repeated his question to the strangers about what they were doing there, and one of them replied that they had come to take Kernelson, this outstanding man. The guard told him not to talk nonsense because kidnapping a prisoner was outrageous, and he suggested that the criminals surrender immediately. Instead, a bomb fell next to the knight. There was a monstrous explosion. The man leading the mercenaries said he was the priest Costa, and Kernelson asked who he worked for and expressed interest in the fact that his henchmen were using bombs instead of magic. He understood that he was now a burden to the church and said that he would not be surprised if Costa came to kill him, but why was he so kind to him? Costa noted with pleasure that, as expected of a priest, he immediately noticed that he was not one of the church's lackeys. He expressed hope for further cooperation with High Priest Kernelson. Amami gradually taught Corona the intricacies of medicine, and finally, she began to do everything well enough for the doctor to praise her. He said he could now trust her to apply ligatures to real patients. The girl asked the doctor if this was too early for her, and Amami replied that it was better to start getting used to real practice as early as possible. There may be situations like that time with Hugh where he won't be able to help or he won't be there. He wants her to do everything in her power, and of course, he will keep an eye on her, correct the shortcomings, but there can always be unforeseen situations. And now the path of both Sei, Yuno, and Amami was blocked by mercenaries led by Zess, who said that the princess was undoubtedly an important person here, and it would be wise to let her pass. However, this time everything will be different. The princess asked Zess if they came from the land of people, and if so, she asked them to leave. The people of this country don't want to cause trouble for people, they just want to live in peace and health. Zess replied that he had no idea what she was talking about, but he had to tell her something. Often ideals have nothing to do with reality, to which the princess objected and noted that they should strive to make their ideals come true. Zess said that it seemed like they wouldn't achieve anything with these conversations. After that, he used combat magic. Yuno's eyes widened in surprise. The mercenaries also took up fighting stances, preparing to attack. It was powerful and unexpected. The princess realized that a dark elf was hiding under the black hooded robe. Amami warned Yuno about the attack on her from behind. The girl managed to block the blow, but was injured. Amami looked at the princess's hand with concern, but she told him not to worry about her, but rather to run away quickly. Yuno guessed that they were obviously aiming to capture or even kill him, and she would hold them off while Yuito and Seiya left the dangerous place. One of the mercenaries told the other that she had only scratched the princess. The situation began to take on a dangerous character. Suddenly, the criminals saw Alec and the forest god in the air, approaching them, having finished putting out the fire in the castle. Zess exclaimed with annoyance that there was nothing that could be done in this situation and that they had to leave, and the mercenary replied that they had not achieved their goal. But Zess said that if the others acted according to plan, everything would be fine. It would be more troublesome if the princess got to the castle, and they would finish their business later. The mercenary agreed with the commander and, turning to the would-be victims, said that they were lucky and now they would quietly leave to meet again someday. Before leaving the place, one of the mercenaries threw a bomb towards the young people. There was a deafening explosion and Alec, Ainbeb, and the forest god rushed towards Amami. The epicenter of the explosion was right next to the doctor. With horror, his friends saw Amami lying on the ground covered in blood. Everyone realized that Amami was seriously injured. Yuito woke up in bed and immediately said, addressing the princess, that her wound on her arm was more important. But Alec reminded him about triage, and no matter how you look at it, his wound was deeper. Yuno tearfully apologized to the doctor for not being able to protect him, and Alec calmed the princess down and said that it was not her fault. Yuito smiled and looked at Karon, showing his wound. He asked the girl if she could take care of his wound. Amami told her that he entrusted his treatment, and Yuno's treatment entirely to the crown. The girl was flattered by the doctor's trust and assured him that she would take care of everything. Karon and Chloe donned the medical uniforms Rome had made for them and prepared to tend to the master's wound. Karon said she laid out the tools in order of use and asked Chloe to hand them over when she asked. She then announced that they were beginning surgery to remove the iron fragments from the owner's shoulder right now. Outside the kingdom, Zess met with Costa and Kernelson, and the priest asked the 6-star if he was returning empty-handed, to which he replied that everything had gone smoothly for him as he saw it. He reported that an angry dragon was looking for them, and he considered that excessive greed was reckless. Taking this man was more than enough. Let Costa hand Kernelson over to him, and he will return the priest to the Curia. Costa spread his hand and stated that, unfortunately, he had another contract. And by the way, he, as the instigator of all this, will not refuse the favor of dying. The surgery began and Karon began disinfecting the wound, using a swab Chloe gave her. Karon thought that she had to live up to the expectations of her master, who had entrusted his life to her. Karon pointed out to Chloe the instrument that would be coming next, and the girl nodded her head in understanding. Karon took a syringe with lidocaine and told the owner that she was about to give him an injection. The girl knew from her master's stories that the prototype of modern syringes was the enema, which was described in the Ebers Papyrus as a common medical procedure, which is believed to have been written in 1550 BC and contains much of the Egyptian medical knowledge of the time. But today the standard for infection prevention is mass-produced disposable syringes. Karon injected the medicine under the skin and asked the owner how he was feeling. Amami replied that he was fine, just a little tingling at the injection site. Karon informed her partner that now that the injection had taken effect, they needed to remove the piece of iron from the wound. Chloe handed Corona a peen clamp at her request, and the girl announced that she was starting to remove the foreign object. She saw that as the metal was removed, blood began to flow out of the wound. Karon turned to the owner and asked him if she continued extracting, wouldn't the blood start to spurt out like it did with the forest god? If that happened, she wasn't sure she could handle it. Amami replied that it might start, but if she remained calm, the operation would be successful. She must remember that there are two types of bleeding, venous and arterial. With venous bleeding, blood flows out evenly, while with arterial bleeding, it spurts out of the wound in a stream with fluctuations caused by the heartbeat. Among the arsenal of methods for stopping bleeding, the simplest measure is direct pressure on the wound. Karon returned to removing foreign bodies from the wound. The girl asked the owner if it hurt, and he replied that the lidocaine was working as it should and that it didn't hurt at all. Then Karon decided to continue the extraction, using tweezers to grasp the edges of the metal plate stuck in the wound. She finally managed to remove the fragment from the wound, and there didn't seem to be any significant bleeding. Karon now decided to clean the wound and told Chloe to take the second syringe. She remembered her master's instructions about cleaning wounds. He said that except in special cases, it is best to use a syringe with saline solution to wash the inside of a wound, and if the wound is deep, it can be thoroughly cleaned with a Surflow. After cleaning, Karon dried the wound with gauze and prepared to begin suturing, asking Chloe to hand her the needle holder without touching the tip with her hands. Chloe fulfilled Karon's request, and she ordered her to bring a tray with thread and a needle. Karon couldn't hold the thread the first time, but Chloe encouraged her, telling her not to give up and that the girl finally succeeded. Karon acted according to her master's lessons. She began sewing from the cranial edge of the wound. Then she began to apply the instrumental dressing, as Amami had taught her. Karon then asked Chloe to hand her Cooper's scissors, which she needed to use to cut the thread. She continued sewing with a needle and thread. Karon was mindful of the golden period, which refers to the first 6 hours after a wound occurs. During this time, if the wound is free of obvious contamination and foreign bodies, an adequate cleaning and, if necessary, removal of dead tissue have been carried out, it is believed that wound closure by suturing or other methods will not lead to an increase in the incidence of wound infection. Karon finished stitching, and Chloe realized they were done with the surgery. Karon anxiously asked her owner if he was okay and if he was in any pain. Amami said, addressing Corona, that she helped him a lot and he thanked her very much for that. Karon closed her eyes for a second and said through tears that it was a real blessing that she was able to help her owner. Now the operation to extract the piece of iron from the owner's shoulder could be considered complete. Zess noticed Costa's disdainful look and asked him, he didn't make this decision himself, did he? Whose orders is he acting on? Cislarpa and Costa replied that he was on good terms with the cardinal and was also interested in the actions of the 6 stars. But his real employer was not him but Zess, who told him to shut up. The mercenary told Kostia that he was taking too long and that they needed to quickly deliver the priest to the demon lord. Costa winced with annoyance and told Her Highness Kanan that she had been wrong to tell Zess about their client, and now they definitely couldn't leave him alive. Kanan exclaimed that there could be no exact or anything else for murder. It did not matter at all what you said to the one you were going to kill. Zess remembered the bombs, the dark elves, and the elaborate shutdown tactics, and with the demon lord behind it all became clear to him now. Kanan noticed Z's magic and, turning to Jill and Percy, ordered them to kill him. Zess wisely decided to escape with the information he now had, because there was no point in remaining here to be torn to pieces. With the help of magic, Zess left the dangerous place and found himself in the forest, after which he began to run. However, Kanan found the fugitive and ordered the mercenaries to follow her, pursuing Zess. He stopped and, clutching the staff in his hands, began to read the ancient spell. Zaras drew Princess Kanan's attention to a strange light in the forest. She explained that Zess healed his shoulder on the run, which is why humans are such a hassle, but she highly doubted that he could compare to the Dark Elves in terms of physical ability. Zess decided to hide in the tall grass, while his pursuers decided what to do next. Kanan asked Zaras if she hadn't used her special skill involving throwing bombs yet. Zess heard a strange sound, and something fell next to him. There was a powerful explosion, and the grass around caught fire. The Dark Elves finally found Zess and they approached him, and Kanan drew her sword from its sheath. However, the 6 star was not willing to give up so easily. Using magic, he resisted with all his might. Kanan swung her sword and, snatching the young man's staff from his hands, struck Zess straight in the head. After that, she threw the used staff aside. She brought the sword to her face and said that it was time to finish him off, and Zess thought with sadness that he could not end his life like this here, and at that time someone shouted that she had found them. The Dark Elves were discovered by pursuers from the World Tree, and they were already expecting reinforcements. Kanan had to quickly decide what to do next, and she found no better option than to hide, leaving Zess to die in the open. A girl appeared from behind the thick grass and said that her plan had worked. She leaned over the motionless Zess and said that Mio had arrived. Mio, leaning over Zess, thought about how magical stones resonate with the person who crystallized them and are drawn to him. It was fortunate that they exchanged stones with each other, which could inform each other if one of them was in trouble. The zest stone on her staff told him that he was in trouble and luck was on his side. The girl called her horse to lift the unconscious body of her comrade into the saddle. She decided to borrow the stone again, although she was sure that Komet had already noticed everything. Mio examined Zess's wounds and had her own opinion about their severity. She did her best to heal them to a sufficient degree. She was surprised that Zess still hadn't come to his senses. At one point, all 6 stars swore that they would not allow any of them to die. Meanwhile, Komet called all the 6 stars together and informed them that Mio had used his stone. He told everyone that something had happened to Zess. He intended to head to the World Tree immediately and wanted the others to know this, but Arch asked him to calm down and wait for Axel's instructions. Saul stated that he would immediately inform the Archbishop of this, and if there was a battle, he would go there with everyone else. Komet couldn't calm down and started swearing with dirty words. Arch watched him with concern, as precocious people like Komet tended to get upset the most easily, so he often came to the 6 stars to vent. After the murder in the Baron's house, Komet also became seriously angry. 10 years ago, Komet had many envious people who called him a protege of the Reverend Axel, who suddenly received his personal staff. They said that the bishop was absolutely obsessed with gold and that his parents must have paid a lot of money for his patronage. In order to take advantage of everyone who comes from honorable families, is it even normal to elevate someone to a rank for money, ignoring their abilities? However, Komet treated these conversations of his classmates with ease and spoke about it directly to their faces, sometimes beating up some of them. Kernelson was among them and often deliberately avoided meeting with Komet. He and 2 other comrades were simply running away from the young man. And Komet told his friend Saul that they had simply hit the nail on the head, starting with the fact that he didn't have parents. Komet greeted Arch, who said that Axel wouldn't be coming today and they would be on their own. Komet replied that they still had so much to learn and he didn't care about them, and Arch replied that he didn't ask the Archbishop about the reasons. Komet stated to Arch that he was the only one who was seriously studying on his own. And what about the others? To which he replied that Mio stated that since they were studying on their own, she would conduct another experiment, and it looked like she was in the courtyard now. Mio was actually in the yard with Fia and was experimenting with gunpowder, although there had already been an incident where the Reverend had scolded her for that small fire that she had started just recently. When all the gunpowder was poured out, Mio suddenly exclaimed that she had accidentally used magic and needed to run, and soon a deafening explosion was heard. The girls were seen by priests as they were leaving the site of their failed experiment. Saul asked Komet what kind of experiment the 2 were conducting, and he replied that it was an experiment to enhance the effectiveness of magic. Here they did not see Zess, who had climbed a tree, and they asked why he was there, to which the young man replied that Reverend Axel had told him to stop Mio's experiment if it was dangerous. Komet asked why he didn't stop him, and he replied that he decided it wasn't that bad, but he was told to give Komet a letter. Zess added that this was a request from the bishop, although he himself was inclined to believe that this was a test, and the Reverend also said that Komet should be able to draw the correct conclusion. After some time, Komet and Mio approached the Baron's magnificent mansion. Komet understood that they hadn't come here to play hide and seek, but why had they put him with Mio? He was always complaining about her causing explosions in the yard. Maybe they decided to give them, the troubled kids, some work. Meanwhile, the guards asked them who they were. Komet stated that they were from the church and had come to examine the Baroness's body to confirm the fact of her death. Captain Ostea of the Papal Special Forces had been expecting them for a long time and was greatly indebted to Reverend Axel. He informed the surprised guards that they shouldn't underestimate these children because they were seminarians after all, and also from Bishop Axel's 6, where everyone knew purification and it seemed they had also learned regeneration magic. This puts them on par with priests, but they remain in the rank of deacons during their training. Komet asked the captain to let them inside. Ostea invited them to the castle and asked for forgiveness for his subordinates, although they were warned that young guys might come. Mio noticed the castle's luxurious corridor, where many paintings and tapestries hung on the walls, and Komet said that this was because money usually goes to those who have it. The captain reported that the owner of the mansion, Baron Glucken, rules the entire region, and that he was once a priest, but now he is a secular man living an ordinary life. His late wife also gave up religion, and people who possessed healing magic in life must always be examined by church officials, regardless of their identity. Komet noted that the papacy was afraid of leaks, which is why it introduced such a rule. Ostia added that all healing magic must be under the control of the church, and if there is a threat of exposure, immediate action must be taken, and, in addition, illegal healing is a crime. At this time, the door of one of the castle's rooms opened, and a richly dressed woman pounced on the captain with a reproach that he was making her wait for a long time, and that it took a lot of time to prepare a lavish funeral. How would he answer if, because of him, the funeral of her dear sister did not take place? The captain apologized, calling the woman Countess Flonia. He told her that he had brought people who would examine the body of her younger sister. The countess was very surprised and asked how he was supposed to understand this, since they were so small. Then Count Glukin appeared and informed Madame that these people had been specially selected by the priest Axel and expressed confidence that they could be trusted. Comet approached the Lord and expressed his gratitude for his attention during this difficult time for him. The Count led the priests into the room where his wife's body was located. The farm's supply officer Hennet was there and rudely asked the captain if everything was ready for inspection. The supply man said he didn't care, they just had to let him go because he wasn't comfortable being locked up with a dead body and a grieving family. He had nothing to do with it. How much would it cost to let him go? The girl, who was also in the room, introduced herself to the young men as Lenin's housekeeper and stated that she was leaving the mistress to them. The captain reported that Lenin was the first to discover the body of the Baroness, Lady Misery, when she brought her a glass of water before bed as usual. The Baroness did not answer the knock and the door was unlocked, and that's when the housekeeper discovered Madame dead. The priests approached the bed on which the body of the deceased lay and began to examine it. Comet turned to the captain and asked him if the Baroness had ever been subjected to any curse, and Ostia replied that, according to Lord Glukin, she had never suffered from any curses. The Lord, bowing his head low, muttered that perhaps he simply hadn't noticed. Countess Flonia pulled him up and said that his words now made no sense at all. The captain immediately added that, having no leads, he reported it to the church as some kind of natural death. Comet thought for a second and asked, "This woman died last night, but could she have died somewhere else and then been brought here?" The captain assured that the Baroness had been lying on the bed since she was discovered and they had not touched her body, and Mio found this very strange. Relatives and courtiers began to whisper, wanting to know what was so strange. Comet turned the body over and said that the color of her back was strange. A body can become discolored if it remains motionless for too long after death, but Madame's back had hardly changed color. After death, blood circulation stops completely, and the blood, under the influence of gravity, passively moves to the lower parts of the body, leading to a change in skin color. The so-called cadaveric spots begin to appear as pale red spotted patterns approximately 30 minutes after death, and after 2 to 3 hours these patterns begin to merge, coloring the entire surface of the body. Over the next 4 to 5 hours, cadaveric spots move to new places due to a change in the position of the body. But after 12 hours, blood begins to flow out of the capillaries and penetrates deep into the skin tissue, as a result of which large spots become fixed and do not disappear even with pressure or displacement. The captain, hearing this, immediately called the soldier Lawrence and said that he must bear in mind that there was no need for cowardly deceivers here and asked whether the guard in this room was impeccable, as reported. Lawrence replied that the guard was impeccable and that any meetings with relatives were also under their control, after which the captain ordered the soldier to return to his post. At this time, Mio turned to Comet and drew his attention to the fact that something was wrong with Madame's abdominal cavity. Comet felt his stomach and said it was quite strange, even considering the lack of reaction due to death. The young man noticed that there was a difference in resistance between the left and right sides of her abdomen, and Mio picked up a bloodletting needle. During the Roman Empire, the Greek physician Galen summarized the medical science of the time based on Hippocratic medicine and proposed the theory of the 4 humors, according to which humans have 4 types of bodily fluids: phlegm, blood, yellow bile, and black bile, and bloodletting was often used as a therapeutic procedure to restore their balance. Mio stuck the needle into Madame's stomach. She really enjoyed experiments. Countess Flonia indignantly exclaimed that no matter how much they boasted about their status as magicians, she would not forgive them. This was simply blasphemy against her late sister. The Holy See would certainly find out about it. Comet, ignoring the woman's cries, said that this time Mio's experiment had been a great success. Comet understood the real reason why the Reverend wanted them to come here and draw the right conclusion. Incredibly, the needle sinks into the flesh as if it were butter, meaning that Madame has no abdominal muscles where they should be. Captain Ostaya asked Komet if this had anything to do with the threat of the healing magic being revealed. The young man asked the captain to request special permission number 42 from the papal chancery, and the officer was incredibly astonished, asking the young man if it was really necessary. Komet confidently replied that in any case her death was not natural and there was no question of a leak of healing magic, but the situation was still dangerous. Essentially, they are dealing with murder. The Countess exclaimed what he meant, and Komet said that before explaining he would like to clear up some confusion and would like to ask a few questions. Henneth exclaimed impatiently because they had already finished the inspection and he wanted to get home as soon as possible, and in general, was it within their competence to do such things, to which Komet replied that it was within their competence and they also wanted to finish it as quickly as possible. Komet asked the first question. He asked if Lady Misery had ever suffered any serious injuries or anything like that. The Lord replied that being a member of the church meant intensive training and travel, so healing each other was common practice, but she had no serious injuries, and Countess Flonia added that Misery's childhood had also passed without incident, and they should not forget that her dear sister came from a count's family. Komet nodded his head in satisfaction and prepared to ask the next question. He asked if Lady Misery was having her second period that month, or if it was heavier. Lenin replied that she had been helping my lady with her needs and that my lady had already stopped having her period. Henneth said that he did not understand what Komet wanted to achieve with his questions, and he did not want to endure this interrogation any longer. He did not understand how much longer he had to wait, to which the priest said that he had one last question. At this time, Lawrence returned to the room and the captain sternly asked him what had happened. The soldier reported that special permission number 42, which he had requested, had just been delivered. Ostaya was surprised that the special permit had been delivered so quickly, and Komet added that bureaucrats usually needed more time to think about what had happened now. The captain explained that Reverend Axel had requested it in advance, saying that it would be needed later. Mio exclaimed emotionally, which was as expected from their teacher. Komet noticed that Zess had misunderstood everything. It wasn't a test for them, this guy cares about them beyond measure, and then he heard an energetic conversation between high-ranking relatives of the deceased. Countess Flonia told the housekeeper that she was the first to find her sister's body, and it was only natural for the killer to be the first to find it, and she was in the Count's mansion at the time, and Lenin certainly didn't have an alibi. Is it unreasonable to suspect her in this situation? Lenin exclaimed that the Countess was mistaken. She had no reason to kill my lady. Madame often had to give gifts to the Count's family at her sister's request, and she often sighed, saying that this was some kind of misfortune, and the Countess asked her what this had to do with the murder. But doesn't this mean that he and the Baroness were at odds? Hennet assured that Countess Flonia was above suspicion. Glukin asked Hennet how he knew, and Misery had entrusted the goods for the Count's family to him for delivery, and in other words, thanks to the Countess, he received his daily bread, so he was on her side. And when Misery suddenly began to grumble, then perhaps he had something in mind. It is not surprising that it was he who had a conflict with his wife. The captain asked everyone to stop there, and Komet stated that their exchange had been quite useful, but still, they should allow him to ask the final question. Before he and Mio arrived, who among the people who came into contact with the deceased Lady Misery possessed healing magic? The captain replied that although they, the Secret Service agents, were connected with the papacy, they still did not possess healing magic. Komet said slowly, turning to Baron Glukin, that the search had narrowed and he was the criminal. The Baron laughed nervously and said, "Does the fact that he can heal really make him guilty? Is this complete nonsense, and this child is probably joking?" Captain Ostaya asked Komet to explain himself and say what exactly he meant, and the young man ordered Mio to insert the needle again, this time to the left of the deceased's navel. The Baron screamed and ordered that the remains of his wife not be desecrated any further. He turned to the captain and asked him to stop these people. Komet showed the Baron a paper that had just been delivered from the church. It was special permit number 42, which allowed an autopsy to be performed on a body that was prohibited under normal circumstances. An autopsy is the process of cutting open a human body to examine its internal structure, etiology, and cause of death. Mio, having inserted the needle into the indicated place, stated that the resistance was the same as in the previous place, but here she felt something like a muscle that did not allow the needle to go further. Blood began to flow from the end of the needle that Komet had pulled out of the dead woman's body, and the Baron said that if you prick someone in the stomach with a needle, of course, blood will flow. Komet exposed his stomach and thrust the needle into it with force. He said that he had enough of playing innocent and that he would prove something to the Baron. Komet showed the needle to the captain, who said that everything was clear to him. Although the needle is slightly bloody, he does not see any blood inside. Mio cast a spell and told Komet that he was very cool, but making holes in his stomach like that was too much. The young man apologized to Mio and said that he had not matured since he was so irritated by presumptuous adults. Komet said, turning to everyone, that by now they should understand that the muscles were bleeding here and there. That's what was wrong with Lady Misery's stomach, because there was no living space left inside her. How could this happen? This was not a death from natural causes. Lady Misery was stabbed in the stomach with something sharp and died from blood loss. The lack of discoloration on the back is not due to the movement of the body, but to a lack of blood. The stomach became discolored because immediately after the blow, the Baron healed the skin of his wife, who was on the verge of death. Komet turned to the Baron and said that he alone was capable of such a crime, and he could justify himself if he could. Countess Flonia hysterically asked Glukin why he had done such a thing, and Komet suggested that the reason was most likely very banal money. The Baron muttered in despair that everything was true. Barons, although part of the nobility, occupied the lowest position in the hierarchy, and his position was very weak. Despite all his efforts, his savings were rapidly draining away, and his title could be revoked at any moment. But no matter how much he told his wife about saving, Misery continued to spend money on the county and the merchants. Glukin said that becoming a wizard was his dream, but the Count's family said that if he wanted to marry Misra, he should return to social life. They were afraid that he would be respected more than themselves. That's why he was just like those kids, deprived of dreams and money, despised by everyone. Komet recalled his childhood, when his mother blamed him for causing a client to leave. She then expressed regret that she had given birth to him at all. Komet turned to the Baron and told him to stop shedding tears because it was disgusting, and his confession did not mean that he was sorry, he just did what he wanted. He doesn't know if it was an attempt to get back at others for his own misfortune, but he feels like throwing up just looking at someone who doesn't value their loved ones. The criminal Glukin has no right to cry. Countess Flonia told the Baron that Misery had noticed his regret and that he still carefully wore the gem that made magic easier to use, so she understood that Misery had secretly lobbied the papacy for his return, anticipating his protests that it was unlikely. Through Hennet, she made gifts to the papacy. Misery even asked him to support her with a high title in the negotiations. She tells him this for the honor of her dear sister. After these words, the Baron fell into hysterics, screaming loudly and drawn-out lie. The captain and his soldier drew their blades. Glukin ordered them to drop their weapons and declared that there was no future for him here, but that he would run away somewhere far away and find the happiness he deserved. He pulled out a knife and put its tip to Mio's throat, warning everyone that if they didn't let him go, he would stab the girl. The captain and Komet's magic, used simultaneously, threw the Baron away from Mio. An incredible amount of magic accumulated in the room, and real chaos ensued. Animal fear and a dark vision of 6 child mages appeared in the killer's eyes. Baron Glukin was finished, and his cooling corpse lay motionless on the floor. The captain assigned soldier Lawrence to deal with the body and, thanking Komet for his assistance, said that he should return to headquarters. Komet replied that it was nonsense and they came because they were asked to do so, and Captain Ostia asked out of pure curiosity what kind of examination they had carried out. He had been present at examinations before. Magic was applied to the body, and when it didn't help, the person was simply declared dead. Their examination was completely different, and thanks to this, the case was easily unraveled. Why do they act differently from the others? Komet replied that he was simply doing as his teacher had taught him, and after that he said goodbye to Captain Ostia. When the priests left, the captain muttered that Axel was a real mystery. Komet of the 6 stars has knowledge and abilities, but he is still a child, but things are taking an interesting turn. Mia was upset about her messed up hairdo, but decided to fix it as soon as she got home, and he would make jewelry from the torn hair to commemorate the day. Komet was surprised to see all the 6 stars in front of him and asked them why they were there in full force. And Arch replied that the teacher said that order number 42 was in effect and ordered him to go and check on Mio and Komet, just in case. Fia asked Komet if he was glad of their arrival, and when he grumbled angrily, she noted that he was not being honest with himself because there was nothing wrong with joy. Countess Flonia and her relatives approached Komet and thanked him for her sister and Glukin. As the 6 stars strolled through the city streets, Arch said that Axel had warned them of the danger this time, but it wouldn't always be like that. He suggested exchanging magic stones, meaning that if one of them got into trouble, the other would certainly know about it. Magic stones resonate with the person who crystallized them and are attracted to them, so even from a distance, they will certainly notice something amiss. The rest found this proposal wonderful and vowed to come to their aid immediately if necessary. Komet also agreed and suggested that they all swear together. They swore an oath that together they were the 6 stars and they would not allow any of them to perish, because they are all like one family. Rumors began to spread throughout the city that Komet had uncovered an important case involving a nobleman. Everyone agreed that the 6 stars were very cool guys, and the culprit was a layman who wanted to take away the secret of healing magic. Then many were filled with envy of Komet. Kernelson approached Archbishop Sislarp. Sislarp said with a smile that he thought highly of Kernelson. He does not need to wander, he must come under his wing, and he will not harm him. For this he will give him strength. Now Kernelson found himself in the castle of the Demon Lord, who was informed that this man had been taken from captivity in the World Tree, and the demon asked him, "So that means he is a healer magician." The Demon Lord ordered Kernelson to come closer and promised not to harm him. Karon placed a stethoscope on the patient's chest. The commander entered the room and asked her how Heike's chest was, and Karon replied that she was only an apprentice and would therefore ask the master to look at it later, but it seemed that there was no need to fear the terrible disease called pneumothorax. Heike greeted the captain and admitted that it was his fault that the enemy had managed to escape. Maynard reassured the young man and stated that they not only outnumbered them but also used bombs, and therefore he should not blame himself, but in order not to give in to the enemy next time, they would intensify their training. Heike agreed with the commander, and Karon thought that she too should make an effort. Now Amami was sleeping in bed, and his friends looked at his pale face with concern. Suddenly his eyes opened and he sat up in bed, spilling his Ainbeb mucus onto his knees. The doctor said with surprise that he had slept well. Karon, Alex, Saya, and Yuno were overjoyed and rushed to hug Yuito. Amami apologized to his friends for making them worry. Alec told him that he had a fever and all he did was sleep constantly, and Karon suggested that it must be because of her incompetence. Amami smiled and told Corona that she did a great job and he was grateful to her for it. He asked her if she had looked at Yuno's hand. The girl answered yes, but asked the doctor to check her wound later. Karon told the doctor that after the operation, Saya had been continuously using cleansing magic on him. Amami examined his wound and was surprised that there was no rash or pus on it, and thanked Saya for her excellent work. The maid sheepishly replied that she had done nothing special, and Karon reported that Chloe had been looking after the doctor until dawn, and Yuito asked where she was now. Chloe responded to the doctor's voice and apologized for talking to him from the ceiling because she had to seek shelter from the sun's rays from the window, and Amami thanked her for her treatment and her duty. Chloe said it wasn't worth the thank you, she hadn't contributed much to his treatment, and besides, night had always been their time and it was a simple job as a thank you. Moreover, both Karon and the child of the Mad Dragon also stayed with the doctor all night. Tears of gratitude welled up in the doctor's eyes, and he thanked everyone for their participation in his treatment. Alec warned Amami that it was too early for him to get out of bed, and Chloe announced from the ceiling that they, vampires, possessed a secret technique and asked those present if they wanted to try it out. Lindworm told Chloe that it was a clever idea, and Alex asked his mother if she really understood what the Princess of the Night Country was talking about. The Dragon Queen said it was a special magic that allowed vampires to draw blood from their victims without revealing their presence. Chloe held her hands out towards the doctor and he exclaimed that the pain in her shoulder was gone, and Alec asked, "So it was like ether?" Chloe, hanging upside down from the ceiling, replied that she had seen Karon use a local anesthetic and thought that maybe it was the same thing, and the doctor exclaimed that if they had similar magic, it would greatly help the sick. Karon turned to the owner and said that she was, of course, very glad that she had somehow coped with the work entrusted to her, but at the same time she was not confident in herself. She was worried and very afraid. She stated that she wanted to study harder and become much more experienced so that she would never feel like that again. Karon asked the doctor to teach her everything he could, and Amami happily agreed. Alec asked them if they had forgotten about him, and Lindworm calmed her son and reminded him that it was not a competition, and at that moment Normim entered the room and noisily rejoiced that the doctor had already woken up. They pointed out to him that he was being very noisy, and the master said that he had come to visit a sick person. Meanwhile, the room was packed with a lot of people who were all trying to find out about Amami's well-being, and when the forest god burst into the room, Chancellor Maillard noticed that it was getting a bit crowded. Dr. Okuzawa dropped the removed appendix onto the tray and took a deep breath. When he came out of the operating room, the father of the patient asked him how his son's appendicitis was. Okuzawa replied that the operation went without complications, and the baby is now sleeping peacefully in the ward. The child's father warmly thanked the doctor and said that he was a real savior and promised to help if he had any difficulties, to which the doctor asked if he was free on the weekend. The grateful father replied that he had no special plans for the weekend, and Okuzawa asked him to stay for a while and keep an eye on his son because he needed to do some field work. On his day off, Dr. Okuzawa went along the island's coast. At this time, Kurowa approached Kajiu, who was on duty at the hospital, and asked him if his boy was feeling better, and the happy father replied that, thanks to the doctor, he was now sleeping soundly. Kurowa stated that he always went to the doctor's for a drink from time to time, and now he took a bottle with him, but he ran off again to look for the missing Dr. Amami, to which Kajiya said that continuing to drink in the same spirit was harmful, and the doctor mentioned something about field research. Okuzawa found a sekanto, which is called differently depending on the region, near the path he was walking along. This is a talisman stone, and it is believed that evil spirits gather at the end of roads, so such talismans are often placed in such places. If the stone is located on a winding path and faces the sea, the talisman has a different purpose and is installed to protect the entire island from evil that comes from the heavens. Storms, typhoons. All this was reported to him by graduate student Natsume over the radio, and Okuzawa asked him if lightning was included in this list, and his colleague replied that it obviously was, but that was his personal opinion. The doctor apologized to Natsume for dragging him into this, as all graduate students were very busy people, but his colleague replied that he had always been interested in the island's folklore and had therefore made inquiries. He talks about the Spirited Away legend that has been passed down in Seiwajima from generation to generation. Therefore, the doctor should not worry, and if he has time, he would like Okuzawa to visit an abandoned shrine. In truth, it might not be that abandoned. Natsume apologized to the doctor for speaking in riddles, but he would be quite surprised when he saw it. The doctor headed towards the place the graduate student had indicated. Natsume explained that in that place there was definitely no end to leeches and mosquitoes in the summer. The graduate student said it was a bit off topic and essentially the complete opposite of Spirited Away, but he wanted to tell him about Reihashin. They were famous. Take those Namahage from the festival, for example. Namahage come from northeastern Akita Prefecture, but there are also Pontu from Miyakojima, Okinawa, Toshiden from Shimokashiki Island, Kagoshima, and Menden from Satsumo Iwajima, also in the prefecture, in the culture of the southern peoples, who are full of Reihashin, wearing masks. They always come on Tuesday on the last day of Aben, including to their island. A deity known as Bose comes from a wasteland called Terra near the cemetery and tries to smear people with red mud with the tip of his cane. This is said to help drive out evil spirits and improve health, so he is like a doctor. Meanwhile, Dr. Okuzawa, listening to his colleague's story, reached the indicated place. Natsume continued, saying that while they couldn't deny the possibility that lightning strikes of such force could be caused by climatic conditions, similar events weren't observed on the nearby islands. Didn't the doctor think that if one took into account the island's folklore, one might see a slightly different picture? Okuzawa had no intention of believing in folklore or the occult, but he also didn't want to sit here without finding any things or any trace, which is why he decided to contact Natsume. At the palace, they pointed out to Eckhart that he was late. Eckhart justified himself by declaring that he had received incredible news. The archbishop asked what news could be more important than the meeting of their Kavash faction. Eckhart reminded Sislarp of the priest who had failed the elves, who was under his command. But the archbishop pretended not to remember this man. He only recalled that Axel's man had failed in the world tree. Eckert asked Sislarp if that meant he hadn't given any orders, and the archbishop replied that even fantasies had to have a limit, or perhaps he had some records to prove it. Eckert said it didn't matter, anything would do to get the hated Axel to submit, but that led to their main problem. One of the 6 stars had moved forward to take care of Kernelson. Sislarp added, but apparently he returned wounded. Nothing can be said for sure since he has not yet regained consciousness, but it is not difficult to guess that a battle took place at the World Tree. It was funny to learn that the 6 stars had their horns broken off, otherwise they would become completely arrogant, but it won't be funny if this provokes a war with the elves and dragons, but wars don't start that easily. The archbishop stated that they should first hold the 6 stars responsible for the failure and sacrifice their leader. Meanwhile, Axel performed magical actions over the wounded man's body and read a spell. Komet told the teacher that nothing else was expected of him, and the wounded man opened his eyes. Zess recognized Axel and covered his face with his hand, to which the teacher asked him not to force himself, and Komet asked him what happened in the World Tree. Zess made a surprised face and asked Komet what he was talking about. He just couldn't get it. Komet replied that now was not the time to fool around, and Mio asked Zess if he remembered how she barely managed to save him from the Dark Elves. Zess apologized and said he didn't remember. Axel reassured the 6 stars and said that it was not uncommon for people to lose some of their memories as a result of a strong blow to the head. In head injuries, loss of consciousness and memory lapses are often observed immediately after the impact. These cases of traumatic amnesia are divided into 2 types, retrograde amnesia and anterograde amnesia. Axel stated that he would not forget Zess's sacrifice, and now he should get some good rest. Mio wished to stay with the wounded man a little longer, and the rest of the 6 stars left the room. Saul asked the teacher if everything would be okay, and Axel replied that in theory everything should be fine, but if possible, confirmation from the Ujat tribe would be desirable. Fia noted that first they needed to find at least one of this tribe, and then bring him here. Komet reminded that there is already one at the throne and he is a servant of His Holiness. This is Henneth of the Ujat. Saul noted that he was there, but there were serious doubts that he would be willing to help them, to which Axel promised that he would somehow come to an agreement with him, but the main problem was that they did not know what exactly happened to Zess. Fia noted that by the time Mio rushed in after sensing the stone's reaction, Zess had already been attacked by Dark Elves, and Saul added that the Dark Elves were near the World Tree and seemed to have a terrible relationship with the Light Elves. Fia suggested that this unknown person was not from the World Tree, but a person who was pulling the strings, like the Cardinals people who hated their teacher. Arch assumed it was the Kavash faction. Komet exclaimed that if they were planning to secretly attack them, they would find a way even in this country. Isn't that too much? Axel agreed with Komet's words, stating that they should think carefully. Something happened in the World Tree, and there was a need to attack Zess, but what was the reason for this? The 6 stars' thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of an unknown person in the castle corridor. He appeared unexpectedly and stood leaning on a magic staff. He then gave his name, introducing himself as Inquisitor Tyrone, and addressed Archbishop Axel. Behind him appeared a whole army dressed in black robes with hoods, and with them was also the Holy Siren. Tyrone announced to Axel that he was suspected of heresy and was henceforth under arrest. The history of the church and healing magic is important for understanding the world. In an era when people were an oppressed race, Clemenius the founder, who received a miracle from God, founded the church with a dozen of his disciples. Through the miracle of healing magic, the church helped mend relations between humans and other races during the worldwide spread of the curse known as the catastrophe. As a result, the church, which had sole possession of the miracle of healing, expanded and developed into the main organization of the human race, and after the catastrophe, it turned into something so gigantic that it could be called the center of the world. Since the time of Hippocrates in ancient Greece, medicine developed gradually based on an empirical, irrational approach. To a large extent, medicine was considered something independent of religion, and it is believed that it was Christians who changed its structure, leaning more towards a religious side. Christianity was officially recognized in 313 by the Edict of Milan of Emperor Constantine, and at the end of the 4th century, under Emperor Theodosius, it became the official religion of the Roman Empire. The current church system is centralized and originates from the founder Clemenius, and also his 10 most distinguished disciples, and at the head stands the Pope and 10 cardinals under him. Cardinals are chosen by the Pope as his top advisors after a rigorous selection process that evaluates character, ethics, and knowledge of church doctrine, a process that requires candidates to rise through the church hierarchy, beginning as deacons, then priests, bishops, archbishops, and finally cardinals. However, in recent years there have been frequent personnel changes due to factional dynamics within the church, and the process of selecting cardinals and their roles has changed from what it was before. Hierarchies in many religions today consist of all sorts of ranks and titles. In Buddhism there are up to 16 different ranks, the highest of which is the equivalent of an archbishop, although there may be differences depending on the sect. In Shintoism there are 5 ranks: Jokai, Meikai, Sekai, Gonsek, and Chakai. On the contrary, Protestantism rejects centralization and authoritarianism, so there is no formal hierarchy among the priests who perform the role of clergy. There is also the Inquisition. In the first year of the sacred calendar, Cleminius departed from the world to God to offer his eternal prayers. The Church, with its most outstanding disciples still at its center, continued to embody the power of miracles as an organization that carried the future of the human race, while at the same time continuing its missionary work of converting all social strata. During that era, persecution and discrimination against people from other races remained strong. That is why unity and cooperation were above all else for the human race. As a result, the Church established the Inquisition, an organization that severely punished anyone who dared to violate the teachings left by Clemenus, in other words, heretics. Like the Papal Secret Service, the Inquisition reported directly to the Pope, and magicians were generally not allowed to join its ranks. However, from the Roman Empire to the Crusades, and even in modern times, religious persecution has become a means of establishing and stabilizing state control, such as the Rohingya refugee crisis, as the Inquisition carried out the mass murder of Catholic Christians who adhered to Gnostic ideas during the Albigensian Crusade, which had the character of a territorial war with executions and burnings at the stake. The Kawash faction consisted of Sislarp, Eckert, and Kupra. These 3 cardinals are the leaders of the faction and are considered the main propagandists of the theory of anthropocentrism within the Church. Unlike the Shalom faction, which takes a conciliatory stance and strives for harmony with other races, or the Swimhar faction, which focuses more on legitimizing and affirming the teachings of the Church, the Kavash take a different approach. This faction took a more direct and decisive approach to using force to resolve various church political issues, such as those concerning control over believers. For this reason, the Kawash faction has a certain degree of influence over the Inquisition, which formally maintains a distance from all internal factions and is under the direct control of the Pope. Since ancient times, sects and groups with different ideological overtones have often emerged within religious institutions due to various factors. In Japan alone, before the adoption of the law on religious organizations, there were 13 main sects and 56 branches of Buddhism. Now Axel stood before Sislarp, who said that they had summoned him here solely to protect the Church and humanity. Axel replied that if their desire was just to joke around, then he didn't have as much free time as they did. Therefore, he must say goodbye and take his leave. Selina waved her magic wand and exclaimed to Archbishop Axel that it was unheard of to leave an Inquisition meeting without permission. Sislarp said that joking was a harsh word, because he doesn't want to tell them that they're fooling around here, does he? Is he really making fun of them? Even Saint Selina had her doubts about him, and so she did not refuse the courtesy of appearing at their meeting. Sislarp pointed to his crown and said that it was crying. They, the bearers of the 5 horns who accept the mercy of the Creator God, must fulfill their duty as his representatives in this world. What is this if not an expression of their confidence and determination? This is something that goes without saying, but he dares to add that God is trying to create a place on this earth where people could live in peace for eternity. So why is Axel trying to resist this great task? Axel replied that this was precisely something that was self-evident, so he had no reason to dare to add anything. He had no desire to go against God. He would like to know on what basis they make such statements. Eckhart replied that there were 4 areas of concern, and he would start with the first. They are concerned that he abandoned his own subordinate named Kernelson, who ran away without completing his treatment in the World Tree. The World Tree is teeming with dangerous races, take the dragons for example, and he left the priest there alone. If he got into trouble, he would not have found out anything. Doesn't he think that this is extremely inhumane? Moreover, their country found itself on the brink of crisis, and it is not difficult to imagine how those who were given a pretext for retaliation would react. Axel said that perhaps he should offer a sincere apology, and that he was very sorry. Everyone present at the meeting had malicious smiles on their faces. And Axel looked into Eckerd's eyes and declared that he had no idea that Seslerp's student was so incompetent. Eckerd and Kupra angrily attacked Axel with harsh words, and Axel expressed the opinion that it would be better for him to leave. Eckerd asked what he was talking about, and the priest replied that, as far as he remembered, at that time there was an order from the cardinals, including members of the Kawash faction, that Kernelson should be taken as a companion and given the opportunity to prove himself. Otherwise, he had no reason to leave the 6 stars alone and allow a stranger to accompany him. If they were going to continue to distort the facts, then he saw no point in staying here. Eckerd exclaimed that although this had not been the case until recently, at that time Kernelson was his subordinate and he was responsible for his actions. Axel stated that if their country were to be drawn into a conflict, he would not stand aside and would throw all his forces into its defense, but to blame him for the fact that Kernelson, who acted on their orders, lacked the strength and made a mistake. It is beyond his understanding. If one asks who is responsible, wouldn't it be more correct to question their orders? Eckerd told the priest to shut up because it was his case that was being heard here, not theirs, and he now intended to move on to the second point of the accusation. The other day, Archbishop Axel found himself in the middle of a massive fire. And now they hear that Byrne, in custody, has made a confession to the church, declaring that the archbishop forced him to start the fire. He, with 6 stars, knowing about the criminals' plans, allowed them to carry out their plans. How will he respond to this? Axel calmly replied that he was surprised that they took the arsonist's words at face value and suspected him, the man who caught the criminal, to which Eckart asked if he didn't think the damage could have been avoided. Axel replied that Cardinal Nassap was capable of doing so. The cardinal was in charge of the southern district, including the prostitute district, so if Nassap had known of Byrne's intentions, this would not have happened. Lord Nassap is one of the oldest members of the College of Cardinals, but it seems right to give way to him. Eckerd indignantly shouted that Axel had set dragons on them, and now he was even planning to set the cardinals against each other, to which Axel declared that this was just nitpicking. Then he turned to the saint and asked her how long she intended to point her staff at him. She is not an inquisitor or even a cardinal, so what gives her the right to behave like this? Axel asked Selina to leave the hall, and Sislarp had no choice but to simply apologize to the saint. She looked at Axel with indignation and, slamming the door hard, left. Sislarp said that there was a spirit of rivalry between them. That's why he asked Selina to help in this matter. After all, it was because of her that he obediently allowed himself to be brought. Then Sislarp said that this was not the end and they had only just begun. As for the second point, here too, he simply changed the thesis. Now they come to the third problem, and it is about that suspicious liquid which they all call holy water. Axel replied that holy water was just a common name. Villagers had long used the fruits of one tree to prevent wounds from festering, and he reinterpreted their tradition. Archbishop Sislarp asked indignantly if he really thought they would be satisfied with this explanation. Kupra supported him and said that if Axel was to be believed, people from the slums were capable of doing anything. How dare the ministers of the church pretend that the water from the fruits grown by the poor bestows divinity? It is an act of disobedience to God. Sislarp nodded and said that Axel used Byrne to produce this water and then started a fire to cover his tracks. Axel replied that they had interesting fantasies, but what exactly were they based on? However, Sislarp suggested that he himself say why these were fantasies. And speaking about their reasons, one can come up with plenty of them. Sislarp asked Axel how he felt about this answer. Axel replied that everything was clear to him. He had his suspicions when the Kavash faction met in full force, but it was not originally an official hearing on the Inquisition case. They threaten him with hostages, and this is a farce under the guise of the Inquisition, but what should he do? Sislarp clapped his hands and said through his laughter that this was excellent and that he should have done so immediately. However, there is still a fourth point, and this is the last thing that worries them. Immediately after the incident with Kernelson, one of the 6 stars was injured at the World Tree and returned. What happened there? This is curious. After all, he would not ignore what happened to one of the 6 stars, and he should realize the failure of his subordinates. Of course, if he is in fact a human being. Meanwhile, Karin was carefully removing the stitches from her owner's wound. She told Amami that she had completed removing the stitches and asked him for his opinion on the matter. The doctor was delighted with her work and reported that the wound was very clean and movement had returned to normal. He was very grateful to her for the treatment. Karin thanked Guido for trusting her. Saya told the doctor that this was the result of training, and Corona was very eager to put the knowledge into practice, and the doctor agreed with her words and stated that the most important thing in suturing and ligatures is the basics. He invited Corona to practice together, and the girl happily agreed. Saya also expressed a desire to practice if it wouldn't be too much trouble for the teacher, and Amami replied that he would be happy to see Chloe and Saya practice. But speaking of joint practice, Yuno and Alec probably don't have time for that today. They were just in a meeting, and the queen was saying that in this case she was not concerned about the circumstances. She was interested in the question of who exactly was pulling the strings, and Alec agreed with his mother's words and promised to kill the scoundrel. Melina suggested that this Amami person was important and that the world tree would therefore take strict measures this time. Their priority now is to find out the true state of affairs, and the Chancellor turned to Captain Minar and asked him to form a reconnaissance detachment and take command of it. At this time, Philin burst into the room and, despite the meeting, reported that things were bad. He reported that a man named Axel had reappeared